Alright, just getting set up here. We're going to keep taking this thing apart. Alright. I'm going to take these targets out. I was actually looking today to see which one I needed to replace, and I wasn't sure if they were front mount or back mount, but they look like they're front mount. All right. So one of these we're going to replace with the other yellow one that it should be. All these targets should be yellow, but obviously an operator somewhere along the line decided to put a red one in. Probably what he had on stock at the time. Duckster Fresh, what's going on? Dallas, all right. How you doing? Thanks for stopping in and check stuff out. We're just kind of pulling some more bits off the top. You can see that the targets next to the ramp, one was red, one was yellow. We are going to order a replacement. I needed to know if they were front bracket mount, which means the bracket's on the front. So order these and get some new ones. The yellow one maybe we'll replace too, just to make sure that they match nicely. You know, I don't know how, if there's any sort of fade or darkness or anything to that when we put another one next to it, but front mount. I was in Dallas, hopefully nicer than it is in Iowa right now. Yeah, since you last tuned in, I'm not exactly sure, but I've got the whole playfield pretty much apart. On the top, I guess originally thinking that I wasn't going to go down this far, but as I started kind of peeking around, I was just going to LED it right away, but as I started peeking around at the game, I'm just like, wow, this thing's a mess. So I really needed just to kind of go through and clean it up. I kind of have a problem of obviously going through games, and I guess once you get to a point of, okay, you know, once you start digging in and you start finding the problems and stuff, I mean, you can see that there's just, you know, layers and layers of grime. Obviously, overseas game, you know, from before, you can kind of see that there's corrosion on some different pieces and stuff. So we've got most everything off, enough that we should be able to get around what's here. We'll probably pull these optos down so we don't, you know, damage anything here. We'll pull this target down, and we're going to go through and obviously try to clean up some of these parts, but for the most part, almost everything's off at this point. So we're going to go ahead and really start kind of digging in and cleaning up quite a bit, and trying to get rid of like these ball trails that you see here. They're in there pretty deep. Mylar here, we should be able to get that cleaned up, but I mean, it goes all the way around and it's really dark towards the back. Obviously, you can kind of see the dirt there, so we'll get a shop vac and kind of clean some of that stuff up. But just never, I really don't think it's ever really been clean to this extent before. So yeah, with this one, I've got new plastics from CPR that I ordered right when they first came out, never put them on. And I just ordered plastic protectors. I figured, you know, if I'm going to put new plastics on, might as well get the plastic protectors too as well. So I ordered those today. Whoops. Hang on. Yeah, so I was at the kind of the point of figuring out what I need to order and you know, to kind of get this thing really moving here. I'd like to get this done by February, or just in that kind of that first week in February, I'd like to be putting it at least back together and getting it playable. My brother's gonna be coming down and probably play some games and stuff like that. I could care less if it's apart for a while, but you know, if I've got company over, I like them to be able to play the games. So we're gonna lift this back up for now. Yeah, for the ball trails, you know, first we'll kind of clean up first, you know, with alcohol and see what we can get cleaned up just from that aspect. I don't necessarily like taking abrasives right away to it, so we'll just try to do some alcohol, and then we might, you know, step up to a little bit of Novus if we need to. More than likely in that really dark one that's in the back gray loop area, more than likely we'll have to you know, really kind of scrub at that. So, Demented Warlock, what is up? Long time no see, my man. So we're going to try to clean that up as much as we can, and we'll just kind of stage through it. So we'll start off with alcohol and a rag, and we'll see what we can get with that. And if that doesn't work, then we'll probably step up to a little bit of a Novus too, and then if we need to, we'll bring out the Melanine Foam Magic Eraser and see what that will do. So we'll see. This thing's just a rat nest of problems, though. I'll tell you that. We got our work cut out ahead of us when we actually start putting this thing back together. So that sucks. You're having nasty weather, man. Wish it was nicer, but yeah, it's not too bad. It's just cold here in Iowa right now. All right, let's pull a couple of these targets just so we have a little bit more room. Demented, how you been? I haven't seen you do any pinball stuff as of late. We're not going to dink around too much by pulling some of the stuff down. I think we're at the point where we can just kind of really be able to start cleaning. This is the bracket for the Optos. We'll pull this. Big thing is I want to get some of these brackets and stuff actually in the tumbler, and I should have, you know, through some of the holidays, I should have been doing some of it, but... And I kind of wanted to do most of it on stream. I didn't want to really, you know, do it without it. So here's the opto bracket from the top there. All right, so that's out, and I think there was another one. I remember. By the magnet here. Yeah, I'd like to get going back on Adam's Family, but I haven't gotten that CPR playfield yet back. Or not CPR, the IPB playfield. So I need to get that. And I need to start ordering a few more top-end parts and stuff, but... Alright, and here's your magnet with the Optos and the bracket right next to it. Excuse me. We'll see. Just because this is a pain in the ass, we'll leave that for now. I want to see how well we can actually get the playfield cleaned up. Let's get it back in so you get a nice overhead shot. Words of advice. Take your time. Make sure you take a lot of pictures of obviously going through it. I mean, if he's gonna hire it out, he should be fine. But as far as advice, for somebody else, the big thing is, I mean, if you're gonna put a new playfield in, I guess I wouldn't skimp at some of the areas like the light holders and stuff like that. I'd replace them. I don't know how bad it is, but I mean, if you can just kind of look, I mean, they kind of get funky after a while. That's probably not the best view because the camera's not an auto zoom or anything like that. But if you look at this bigger bulb area here, see it's got kind of like a little bit of corrosion even on the inside there. And you can sit there and dink around with it by taking a Dremel to it and trying to shine it up a little bit. Some of those contacts, but you can even see some of the springs in here. If you have a light that's kind of flaking out and stuff like that, and just replace it. These lights aren't that expensive, the light holders. As far as, they make the stapler for stapling the braid and for the wire back on the back of the playfield and things like that. So I've done a lot of top end stuff, and I've obviously built new games, but as far as a full-on replacement of a playfield, I've only helped Chuck do part of his what was it? It was a single level playfield game. Can't think of the name of it. The mermaid one. Completely mind blanked. Debating if I pull the apron right now. I'm gonna leave that, I think. But a lot of it, make sure you know where switches go. I mean, a lot of times even the schematics can be wrong from the factory. I mean, there's things that can be incorrect. I mean, I don't know how many times I've pulled a manual up and excuse me, that there's a connector that's wrong, labeled wrong or incorrect, or a wire's wrong from the factory. I mean, sometimes it's documented on either pin side or something like the like. But no, not Atlantis. It's gonna drive me nuts. It's one where the mermaids are pulling them down. Really, it's an expensive game for what it is. It's gonna drive me nuts. Fathom, duh. Yeah, Chuck had a CPR Fathom playfield, one of the originals, and he had it re-cleared, and we took it all apart and then migrated everything over. But obviously having a second playfield, what he did is he did everything. He loosened everything up, and we had him playfield on back to back, flipped over on the back side, and we literally took the harness and all the parts and lifted it off the playfield, picked it up, moved it over to the other playfield, and then just started screwing stuff down. So I mean, it was literally picking up loosening everything and kind of letting it lay on the playfield, and then migrate it over. But if he's gonna hire it out and the guy knows what he's doing, or girl knows what she's doing, that's doing it, then you really shouldn't have a problem, because more likely they've had experience doing it. It's kind of hard to really to really screw it up. The other thing is too is, I mean, if it's a CPR, a lot of things, and I haven't really had a ton of experience with it, but a lot of times holes and locations might not be exact. So that's something else to watch out for, is to kind of test fit and things, especially if it had extra clear added onto it. You might need to drill or pilot holes. You might not have everything completely original to factory, because there is, differences in each game throughout the run. So, something else to consider. So right now I just kind of want to see, some of these areas, just what the alcohol on its own is going to do. I'd really like to take a shot back to it. It's going to be kind of loud. We'll probably do it here fairly early on in the stream, just to see. But you can kind of see some of the lines are coming up, and you can. This is kind of a dirty towel to begin with, but I mean it's pulling stuff up. So we'll just attack different areas of the playfield with this, but I'll pull this so you can see it better. Come back around this way. So we're going to start with the back area here and just kind of work our way forward, and we're just going to see what we can get up with just cleaning up with alcohol, which will leave a little bit of a white film. I don't want to really get this all in the playfield, but yeah, so Doug, what I'm saying by replacing some of those parts is, I mean, don't spend all the time putting it in a brand new playfield and then get stuck with a bunch of problems, after you get it in. Other word of advice is before you really start taking it apart and doing the swap, make sure that most everything works on it now already, or at least document what doesn't work, because when you move stuff over, you're gonna cause a new set of problems, and the last thing you want to do is be chasing your tail if you've introduced a bunch of new problems with old problems. It starts to kind of get away from yourself. Then you at least want to know what you started with and what those problems were. A lot of times I like to get all those problems fixed before I even start tearing into it. So it's kind of a risk-reward thing, is when I'm done, obviously I want to play it. I want to reap the benefits of spending all that time on it. So we're getting some of this, but we are going to have to take some, it's probably some Novus as the next step, but I mean, some of this is kind of cleaning up. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab my shop vac and just kind of pull some of this dirt that's off the back here, and try to get that cleaned up first. I just don't want to be spreading that stuff all around and introducing it into the playfield while I'm scrubbing. Yeah, that's, the thing with the playfield is, I mean, yeah, the game will look nice, but you want to make sure it plays nice too. So it really shouldn't be a problem if you spend the time and do it right. And, if he's paying somebody, I hope that, for the most part, he's able to work through any of those issues. And just don't go in thinking that you're just going to be able to replace the playfield and the playfield is the only expense. Because, at that point, you're probably going to do plastics, and at that point, you're going to have to get new light caps because they're broken. You're obviously going to put new bulbs in. You're going to LED. You might have to get, you might choose to get a couple new posts. You're obviously going to replace the rubbers, all the normal stuff that you would go through. But, there's going to be problems. There could be a cracked ramp that you didn't realize was, that had an issue. You might have, a solenoid that you might need to replace. I mean, you can really take them completely to another level and start getting the original coil wrappers and going completely ballistic on these games and really take it to a really superior level. Sometimes it's cool to be able to do that, and sometimes it's, I want my game back, I want to play it, and I want it to look nice, but I also want it to play nice too. Some people don't want to spend the time under the play field. Yeah, some of that stuff's really ground in there. So yeah, it's going to need enormous, but you can see some of this is coming up right up. All right, I'm going to grab my shop vac quick. I'll be right back. Yeah, isn't that Sanctum more nasty? Alright, I'm going to mute because it is going to get loud. Alright, back. Sorry, I didn't want to put you through the sacrifice of having to listen to shot back noises. Yeah, the sanctum wear on this game is quite nasty. So right now we're just going to do a quick kind of get alcohol everywhere and just kind of see what we can get cleaned up just on its own. Got most of the upper play, or all the playfield tore apart. Got a few parts that I'm kind of working around. No, it's probably not any worse than your wife's hair dryer. Could be worse. Could be 6 a.m. The thing is great is I just sleep right through that stuff. We're going to go through and regrain the ball guides and stuff too as well, so we're making some progress getting this cleaned up. Oh no, 6. Well, yeah, that's pretty bad then. Yeah, not too bad. I mean, we got a little bit, you know, right now, just a little bit in the yellow. We'll try to get that up. I'm just trying to get the main areas right now and just kind of see what we're dealing with. This is relatively clean now. You can see with the alcohol, we've gotten some of it off that was in here before. I mean, it was worse. So, you know, even without having to take right to Novus 2, I mean, we could have, I guess, but, you know, we're getting some progress just with the alcohol on its own. So... yeah, not a bad playfield by any means. I mean, you know, there's things that obviously when you start working on a game that you find, and you're like, oh man, I wish it really didn't have this imperfection, and I wish I had this. I've got like some funky lines in the lock 1, 2, and 3. You know, but by the time you get LEDs in there, especially if they're color matched, I don't know, you're not going to notice some of that stuff. And I don't know, sometimes I guess I focus so much on the negative and go too far. And sometimes it's just, you know what, it is what it is. You can't have everything perfect, and you're going to have a steel ball rolling over it here in a short while anyway, so... like I said, I don't think this has ever really been cleaned up before. Try to get you out of this glare a little bit. Got a little bit of you can see what we're, even after vacuuming and stuff. I mean, like I said, this towel wasn't a brand new towel by any means, but it was, you know, washed. Probably should have pulled these down when we got that far, but I wanted to see what we were dealing with. So yeah, I will be taking Novus definitely to those gray areas. I mean, for the most part, this is actually looking relatively good here. I mean, we'll take a closer look, but for the most part, all the black marks are coming up from the rubber and any sort of ball trail so far. Yeah, the problem with Pinbot, and I pulled Mylar off of mine with pretty good success, but I did have on Pinbot when I pulled, especially like in the matrix area, when I ended up pulling up the Mylar, and I used the freeze method, and I've pulled a lot of Mylar before. You know, when I'm doing the freeze method and stuff, I pretty much go slow and work my way through it, but I did end up pulling a little bit out of the matrix, so I ended up getting a few little kind of like paint removal areas from when I removed the Mylar. The thing is, if you're going to do the Mylar and you're going to go that far, know that you could be pulling artwork, and then you're in, and you're going to have to either really focus and spend your time color matching, but then you also need to do some sort of top coat to it too as well, because unless you're using like enamels, you're going to eat through that paint again. So if you're going to go with like an airbrush method, which is what I'm planning to do with my Pinbot, you're going to have to get it clear coated. And obviously to get it clear coated, you have to remove all the Mylar. So, you know, to really be able to fix it, you're gonna have to pull the Mylar for the most part. And you said you had insert wear. You know, the extra ball inserts, which I think are the very far out lanes, right? I might have to look. But yeah, if you have those, if you're going to dig with it, you can do a slide decal on those, but then again, you're going to have to, if you're going to clear coat, you can actually get those printed off and do a slide decal and put those on. I guess it just really depends on what you want to do. I mean, you could try to do like the enamel stuff, but the problem is with any sort of insert where, and you're trying to get the lettering back, I don't know of really a way that you can do that with a slide decal and not have it wear again without doing some sort of top coat on it. You know, and I would not polyurethane. That's going to yellow. I don't know if you have had experience with that. You know, even on wood. I mean, even if you look at it in the can, it's kind of yellowy. That's even right through the playfield almost. That screw. I don't know. You kind of go into a point of a rat's nest a little bit when you start kind of taking stuff apart. And I can, my Pinbot, when I did it, I have a spare playfield and I can show it to you. But when I started, I mean, there's that red section towards the back, like this, kind of where this purple is back here. There's that red section that goes back under that kind of that lane that goes underneath. Like you have the pop assembly over in here, and then it goes back towards the spiral ramp. In that red area, I pulled Mylar, and then I even had a little bit of planking. And the planking, when I was pulling the Mylar, and even with the alcohol starting to swell more, and you have, you know, marks where I'm gonna have to go through, and you know, if I'm gonna go through and do all the red, I'm gonna do all the red on the playfield. So I'll be doing, you know, all the different areas that are gonna be that same color. Yeah, it's that back area in the pops. Yeah, and I thought I could get to it. I can't even get to it. It's actually flipped over on my Flight 2000 playfield that's completely disassembled on the top part, and it's flipped over on the backside. I got a bunch of stuff stacked on it, so I thought I could get to it. But it's actually that orange and red section that goes back in this area. But yeah, it basically pulled some paint there, and then the black area and stuff. I've got issues. I'm gonna have to go through. I'm gonna have to touch up all the black, and go through. So obviously gonna start with the darker colors and work my way up through the matrix. But my plan with that one was to actually airbrush that whole thing and then get it clear coated. So we're doing a light layer of clear in the airbrush, but just really haven't worked up the courage yet to do that myself. We're just going to see what we can get up here. You can always try to spot clear, but with that, I would probably get it to somebody who can do actual restoration, unless you're pretty confident with that. Yeah, the guy who actually did my Addams Family IPB, the one that I sent it off to get extra clear put on it, I had him do some very fine or light touch-ups to it, and I don't know if he airbrushed or not, but I think he hand paints most of his stuff. You've probably seen him on Pinside, Captain Neo. He hand paints quite a bit. I don't know if you've seen. He did a Fathom restoration for one of the guys I know, Mark, and he did one of the mermaids up on top towards the top ball arch area, and he had her semi-naked in that area and stuff like that. It turned out really, really nice, and he hand paints quite a bit. So I mean, it's amazing. I mean, some people really, really have a talent with that. Yeah, it's spectacular. I wonder if I can find it. I mean, it's pretty cool. I was gonna look quick and see if I can find it, because I mean, it's worth it to be able to show it. So this is one that Neo hand painted, and you can see the before here. So a lot of this was completely blown out. can see that had all wear on the A, B, and C going across, and then going to the new one. I mean, he redid, I mean, you can see even in this area right here, on the, under the C, right by the pop, you probably can't see my cursor. I mean, he hand painted all that and matched, and yeah, that was the guy that did my, that's doing my, or it's completed already, my Addams Family. Yeah, quite awesome. I mean, the guy definitely has a talent, no doubt about it. I don't know if I could ever, certainly not hand paint that stuff. I mean, and like you said, you know, people right out of high school, I mean, how cool is that to, you know, if the guy's into pinball and he's being able to spend time with his daughter and his daughter's helping him restore games or touch up games. I mean, you know, that's something that, I don't know, probably something you never want to sell, you know? You know, but definitely cool when you can share it with somebody else, and especially the process of, you know, going through and making something better than what it was, and especially something with history. You know, some of those older games and bringing them back to life. I mean, how cool. You know, being able to grab a new playfield and go to CPR and get a new one is one thing, but somebody who can actually go through and, you know, Neo obviously modded that girl. Normally I think she had like a bathing suit and stuff on there, and he's kind of a, you know, obviously a TNA type of guy, which to each their own, but, you know, incredible that he can even do the restoration, and art was completely missing, and then the anchor in the bottom, you know, going through, being able to pull that together, and all he does is look at pictures. He's got pictures up on the internet, and he's looking at those pictures, and then he's being able to look at that and then duplicate that with a brush is, to me, amazing. Really, really cool stuff. Alright, so, I mean, I'm pretty good with being able to take some Novus to this at this point. You know, some of these areas where we're going to kind of power through and really be able to clean. Oops. So we're going to start in the back. Yeah, that's the thing is, I mean, I've got small kids and stuff. I can definitely appreciate those that want to keep games, you know, family friendly. My daughter, you know, was absolutely deathly scared of my Walking Dead when I got it. She wouldn't walk to that end of the basement. She's like, "Daddy, I don't like that game." Now she doesn't. I mean, she doesn't care, and it's not that long ago, but. Alright, so we've got a little bit of Novus, and we're just going to try an area here. Then we're going to try, I don't know, that's not easy to see in the camera. We're going to go back to this back gray area. And we'll see what we can kind of... You know, kind of a game that I've been kind of on the fence on was my Roadshow, and my daughter loves it. And my son was down here, and he's going on 2 in February. He was down here, and he was pointing to it, and he just finds the heads absolutely fascinating, Red and Ted. He thinks it's just so cool how they talk and open their eyes and everything else. And when I say go to work, he's really into the cars and construction and stuff, too, as well at this age already. So... you can see that we're starting to pull it up, you know, with kind of minimal work here. Nice, man. Congrats on the game. Yeah, it's coming up pretty good. There's still a little bit there, so we'll, kind of spend a little bit more time on it. Some of it might have to take the melanine foam to it, but for the most part, a lot of it's coming up. I can actually feel a little bit. I mean, not necessarily a groove, but you can feel that the ball's kind of had its time on there before. Yeah, but this will be pretty rewarding once we get this cleaned up and be able to do a nice coat of wax and should play like something completely different. And I haven't decided. I was going to send the ramps off to get replated, and I kind of want to have this for February, like I said, so I might put it back together with how much of a pain in the ass that is, and try to clean up the ramps the best I can myself, and then send the new diverter ramps, and I might send those off right away, but then wait for the wire forms to be sent until after, it's only my brother, I think, coming, just family and stuff, but I kind of want to be able to play it. Not that I don't have other games to play, but still. He'll make fun of me because my Adams family's down. He's like, all you do is take games apart. Yeah, this section's looking really, really nice right now. So, Doug, do you work on games too then, or? Hey, yeah, thanks for coming. Tell the wife I say hi, and tell her nice for liking pinball and the Fireball 2. Awesome. And, thanks again for coming in. Keep checking back. I mean, hopefully in the next couple streams we'll be starting to actually get this thing put back together. So, enjoy the show. Thanks again for stopping in. Really appreciate it. Great talking with you. All right, later, Doug. Thanks again, man. So you can see that we're going to have to really scrub on some of this. This is probably the most area right here in the game, is this whole kind of orbit for sure, which probably was never really pulled apart. There's like a little clear ramp that comes down here. Plastics all around here. It just would have been really hard to get it back, especially in this area, which we got cleaned up pretty well. But the ball taking a heavy turn, in this area here, kind of always consistently hitting that angle, it's going to be pretty rough. And for those of you who are watching the stream, thanks for coming in, checking stuff out. If you're new to pinball, make sure you click that follow button. I do lately a lot of repair stuff, also play too as well. We'll be playing again, hopefully shortly here. I'm going to switch you to the other side. Hang on. But we're working on a, this is kind of a mid project while I'm working on, I got an Addams Family that I just took apart on stream, completely disassembled the entire game, including the cabinet. And we'll be streaming that and doing a playfield swap with a IPV playfield that I picked up and got extra clear added on it. And I'm waiting to pick that up. It's been done for a little bit, but with the holidays, it's been pretty tough to meet up. Deanna Hayden, what's going on? How are you doing this evening? I'm just kind of following this orbit around and just seeing what we can get with just the rag. Taking apart all my games. Trying to get this one that's cleaned up. Good to hear. I'm going to slide you back over here. You can kind of see this now a little better as I move away from that rail. You got games, huh? Which ones do you have? Like I said, I just took apart my Addams Family completely, and I'm waiting for I gotta get a new cabinet made and getting that playfield done. Like I said, it's done. I just gotta go pick it up so we can start putting it together. And this is one that I was staring at. I was just like, you know what? It's time to put LEDs in this and get it cleaned up. It's been sitting here long enough. I'm not having as much luck in this purple trying to get this up. There's a light trail. I don't know if you can see it with the camera angle there. I'll pull it down just so you can kind of get a look. Hang on. You can kind of just see a fine trail right at the tip of my finger there. Ugh. Oh, cool. I like Time Warp and Baywatch a lot. Good games, man. Good games. Road games. Nice. Bally Goldball. I don't think I've ever played that one before. That's something I need to do yet is get a game at my parents' house. So I'm just kind of follow this yellow out just because I'm curious to see what we can get kind of cleaned up. There's a little bit of stuff we gotta go through and then we'll work our way up back through this gray area and the scoop. You can kind of see we got in some. My parents kind of live a little bit further away from me. I mean, about 3.5 hours. So it'd be something like when I go and visit them, especially with the kids. You know, sometimes I want to play pinball, and there's not much location play there. So it'd be something that I'd really like them to want to get. I think my mom's okay with getting one, but my dad could probably care less. But that, or he's just playing it off. So mom and dad, if you're watching, we should get a pin. I don't know what I'm going to do with this Mylar here. This actually looks okay. I might leave that. I don't know if I'm going to pull it up or not. I say that, and the next thing I know, I'll be pulling it up. I don't know how much time I want to spend in this sanctum area. Closer. So we haven't had a bust out any melanine foam or magic eraser yet. Probably going to on that back orbit, just to see what we can get cleaned up. Vavoof, what's going on? How are you? I haven't seen you in a while. Well, I just bent the shit out of that switch. Working on my Shadow. That's why I like dropping those. Excuse me. Yeah, this is that Shadow that I had was starting to take apart during one of the last streams, and gotten to the point of going further than I anticipated. This is one that I was just gonna, you know what? Hey, let's throw LEDs in this quick, and started looking at it, and it's like, wow, this thing is dirty. So it was just one that I decided that, you know what? It's time to take it all the way down and get it kind of cleaned up. You know, and there's just parts that are just gonna show you. This is one of the look at all the corrosion on that. And this one too, these stand-ups. This was obviously on a container at one point. Yeah, definitely not in a good spot to adjust later. So that's one that we're going to have to... probably should have dropped. I was kind of lazy, I guess, going this far. But we'll make sure it works. It'll be a giant pain in the ass having to lift up and down, up and down, up and down to make sure that we get that adjusted correctly. Especially because we wanted to make sure it registers those balls as it sits here before it kicks back around. Oh, cool. Well, good luck on the magic tourney. When are you doing that? Are you doing that tonight yet? You're like me. Every time you want to go somewhere to go do something, it's always like, yeah, I want to see if there's pinball machines nearby. It's always the best, especially if you find some that are in good playing condition. Man, that just makes my night or my day. Kind of jumping all around here, but just kind of want to make sure that I'm getting some of these areas out before we start magic erasing and sectioning off the playfield. But I don't think there's much we're going to be able to do with that in this spot for the sanctum. I mean, that's all kind of dented down. Probably spending more time than it's worth. And you're starting to lose a little bit of paint there. I actually don't know what the hell I'm going to do with that. I'm not really interested in putting Mylar there. Probably wouldn't be the worst. I mean, ideally, I'd like to get it fixed, but... Oh, nice. Vegas? Very nice. Only had a chance to go there once. Pretty cool. Yeah, definitely nice to be able to have some good playing games. Magic the Gathering? Yeah. Thursday through Monday, nice. So how does that tournament work then? Do you have a chance to play all weekend? Like, is it like a elimination type tournament? Or, I guess I haven't really done that. One of my friends plays that quite a bit, but I'm not really into that. So is it something that you can get completely jacked on Tuesday or Thursday and not be able to play? Or do they bracket you then, or? move down a little bit. Starting to lose my feet. Havoc Dog, thanks for the follow. Sorry I missed it. I don't know if I had the alert up on this. I didn't see it when it doesn't get announced in chat, so sorry I don't have speakers hooked up to this computer. Thank you so much for the follow, though. Much appreciated. Try to stream every Wednesday. We'll be working on games, and like I said, that Addams Family, which hopefully we can get back to here shortly. So we can get at least some games put back together. Dean Hayden, thanks for the follow. I saw that one. I have alerts if I was on my other camera thing. I don't know if it pops up on the screen or not. I gotta look at that. Oh, cool. So you got obviously an opportunity to play and enjoy yourself for a while. Well, I hope you make the cut. Hopefully you get to play Sunday. Dominate, win some money. If there's money to be had, I'm sure there is. Hopefully you get some free time away and find some pinball. And hope the games play good, right? So right now I'm just taking Novus 2 lightly to the playfield, just trying to get up some of the dark areas and wear that you see with the ball, or just some really dirty areas. We've already taken alcohol to it. We've gotten up quite a bit up, so now we're just kind of really making sure we can get some of the areas up. Novus 2 is a very slight abrasive, or has abrasive properties in it. We're probably going to have to take some melanine foam to the yellow here to get that cleaned up. I know it's kind of hard to see probably with the glare, sorry. Come back around this way. Whoa. Yeah, it's always great at those events. Same thing when I go to like pinball events. I mean, a lot of times I'm, talking to people instead of actually playing and stuff. It's just great to catch up with people and spend time with friends and have a few drinks and hang out and just get to see people, especially people that travel. Yeah, thanks, DNA. And it's not too bad. Besides the sanctumware and a few of the areas and really for being a container game, being overseas and stuff like that, it's not really that bad. It's got its issues, and I got it with issues. This is one of those games that I picked up at a show, actually, the Midwest Gaming Classic, which was held in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, in the early part of the year. And it's actually, they got video games and stuff there too as well, Magic the Gathering and a bunch of board games and stuff. It's a really cool show. But they have pinball too. And this was a couple years ago. I can't remember exactly. It's maybe 3 years now. But this game was there, and on the second day, or like the main day of the event, the transformer blew on this game, and it just smoked up the entire like pinball area. And I bought a game from the guy who had it, and I just told him that I was interested in it. And he thought for sure that the transformer was blown, and I got it for a pretty good price and brought it back, and sure as shit the transformer was bad. Secondary windings of the transformer was completely out, and I ended up sourcing another transformer and putting it in the game. But I noticed that the wiring was incorrect in the game, so I spent quite a bit of time going back through and rewiring it and getting everything correct. And fingers crossed, everything's been good so far. So. Oh, they're having a pinball tourney too. Awesome. Even better, Boof. That's awesome. Very, very, very awesome. Yeah, I always enjoyed this game. It was one that I kind of looked at and I was kind of like, oh, that's cool. Baldwin, sweet. And, I found it intriguing, but I didn't really, when I first started playing, I didn't really know what to do with the diverters. I guess I didn't understand, completing the rings and getting those completed and some of the shots. But, this game is really, really fun. It's got a lot of cool modes, good shooting game. I really, really, really enjoy it. So I was really glad to pick one up, especially for the price that I got, and was able to get it fixed even better. Bring a game back to life, and kind of take a little bit of a gamble sometimes with doing that. And who knows? I spent a little bit more on what I wanted for a Transformer. It was upwards of $200 plus, but original Transformer, so that's always good. Oh, pinball tournament's next weekend. Crap. Baywatch container game, huh? Yeah. Yeah, sometimes you can get really, really lucky. I think my Judge Dredd was a container game, too. I'm almost positive. And that game looks really, really nice. Not nearly the corrosion and kind of rust areas this has. Even in the front, look at this. Look at that. The lockdown area doesn't look too bad. I'm leaving parts down there, but it's just, I don't know, really weird, for that much corrosion and rust, I guess, coming up. All the metal in the game just could really be cleaned up. Yeah, the box wiring was completely wrong. The plug and to convert was wrong. The thing was I didn't know what it matched. It didn't match anything, so I don't know if they just took a guess or what. But I couldn't figure out what it was wired for. It wasn't wired for anything I could see, based off the codes and stuff. And then I'm just like, okay, well, let's get it correct, and went through that. But then there's some plugs back in the board that were incorrect. It was a nightmare. But the service plug, obviously, but. For the pin, but this was wrong. This connector was wrong. Here, this was all wrong, so this had to be repinned going through, and then this one was wrong too. So we went through and redid the tails the way they should have been. But this was wrong, and then this was wrong as well. So I don't know if they. And when I looked at for this. For the conversion stuff, I was trying to match, okay, well, what country is this? But it didn't make any sense. And then, running everything back. And then, at that point, when these two are wrong, what do you trust? And it was kind of nothing. So it was going through the entire game at that point. Boo-boo, thanks for stopping in. Really appreciate it. Go play some pinball. Have a great evening to you as well. Thanks again for stopping in. Hopefully see you next Wednesday or later on this evening. I don't know how long I'll be on, but kind of just chipping away right now. So got to order some parts yet. Ordered plastic protectors today. I've got CPR plastics that I ordered right when they were first released for this game that I'm ready to put in once we're done, so. Yeah, like I said, we're just kind of working our way down. Put a little bit more Novus on here and just kind of get this cleaned up. Already cleaned up with alcohol once, so we're just going to kind of hit this main area here kind of really, really good. Excuse me. am going to take some melamine foam to this. I'm just kind of taking the dirtier part of the rag right now and just kind of trying to get this somewhat cleaned up. And then we'll go back through it with a nice cleaner rag and go through this again. You know, the big thing is with the black areas, making sure that they all kind of come through in max. The wax, I use like a Caranuba. Let's see what I did with it. Parts everywhere. So I use this Meguiar's Gold Class Caranuba Plus. It's a paste wax, but it's pure. Yeah, I like it a lot. I've been using that for quite a while, and it seems with great success. I mean, one, it's easy accessible. You can get it, you know, places, and works really, really well with a nice thin layer of wax on there. So, all right. So I don't know if you can see it. We're gonna try to kind of, the light's kind of funky, but we're gonna kind of clean up the car's got a little bit dirt in there. We're gonna clean up, and there's one little spot, imperfection, right here in the headlight going down. I don't know if you can see it. You can see that mark going right there. Yeah, I was going to say that. It smells awesome. I love putting that stuff on and having it, you know, my hands and everything. That's one that I don't mind using at all. Really got this loose that I'm just going to push on this. It falls right down. Yeah, I really like the wax. We'll get some more light on this in a little bit and try to make sure that we got all these areas, but we're going to get a new cleaner area of this rag and kind of hit this. Oh no. Stupid screensaver. No, don't go in power mode. Excuse me. Hang on, Novus. Down in the back area, won't come down this way. Get a little better. That light is terrible. Whoever thought lighting would be such a pain to do in these games when you're streaming? It's kind of one of the things that I kind of struggle with. If you're ever in a spot where you can't see, just let me know. Try to get my hands or face or everything out of the way. You know, this is an area that we can really kind of clean up at any time, but we're just going to kind of see what we can get before we really take any sort of melamine to it. Like I said, we've already kind of taken alcohol and seen what we can clean up. So now we're just kind of lightly taking some Novus to some of these areas. Just seeing what we can get with the ball trails. I've got all the wire, most of the wire, I guess I shouldn't, the metal guides, ball guides out. We'll go ahead and re-sand those down, re-grain. Not going to spend a tremendous time on them, but we'll get them probably down to like a 220 grit, maybe a little bit further, but not going to polish them. 10 cents, what is up? Yeah, Evil Stepmother's got me just cleaning this thing away. She said I've got 14 more to go after this. Hopefully most of them don't need it to this extent, but in a little bit here we'll take the apron off and kind of hate working on this area with the switches up and the slings. But man, some of those ball guides were just absolutely trashed. I hate the ball guides when they have like kind of that metal like almost splash look where it's kind of hitting up and down or vertical on the metal. Kind of like almost like the balls, hit it, in kind of numerous spots instead of just a nice fine line that you see, if you polish them really nice and then it barely shows up. But this is really kind of nasty, this line. I don't know if you can see it on camera, but it's got the ball trail really bad right there. I'm just trying to get as much as possible with just the rag, but that's one that might take a little bit of foam to. Yeah, I hope so. I'm trying to debate. I've got some family coming here for my son's birthday in February, and I don't know what I want to do. If I want to have this game together by then, I'd like to, but realistically, if I send the wire forms off to get replated, to get brass plated, I'm not going to have it back and them back by then, unless I pay him to rush them or something along those lines. I guess I haven't contacted him to see, but I've got brand new diverter ramps because mine had like weld marks going up them. They were obviously broken, and an operator at one point or another had them re-welded, which, hey, good. Kept the game going, but started streaming again last night. Nice! Attack from Mars, awesome. Well, congrats. Glad you're streaming in. I'll definitely have to come check it out. For those of you who do not know, 10 Spence also streams pinball. Make sure you give him a follow. Sounds like he'll be on later. If we're on and he's gonna start streaming, we'll go over and host him instead. If you get a chance, make sure you click that. There's a streaming team, I guess is what they're called, the Pinball Wizards. I'm by far not the most popular pinball streamer by any means, but there are more popular ones. And if you like pinball and working on pinball, like All Anonymous works on games. 10 Spence is starting to stream pinball again, but there are some like Dead Flip and obviously the All Games Done Quick or right now as well streaming Pinball Joe. But all the pinball streamers are all in that group, which is really neat. Probably the most popular is Lethal Frag. Yeah, the wire forms, man, they are just a complete pain, and especially that because they're the actual tubes, right? So you got the top, the bottom. You got wires going all the way through, and it's in a cage almost. And then they have the braces to hold them in place, and then the brackets, and especially this game comes up, and then it spins back around on top, and then comes down. Here, and then there's another one that comes around here, wraps all the way around. Just a pain in the ass. And if you can imagine what, I don't know if I showed you at all or not, but if you saw some of the corrosion on the game, this is one of those stand-ups to hold ramps and other things up. Look how much corrosion that has. And same with this one. Here's another one. So if you can imagine what the ramps look like, the ramps are in the same type of condition. Certainly not ideal, but so I'm debating whether or not I put the diverter ramps back in, which is kind of a pain in the ass because you got to put the diverter rods back in. Not the worst. Connect to the coil. It's a set screw. It's not that hard. and then the wire forms, put them in for a while, and then play it, and then wait, and then get them replated. But or do I just leave it and get everything plated now? I guess I should just contact them and see. I guess it just depends on, you know, I got the Addams Family game that I'm working on too, and it's like I'd kind of like to be able to, I don't know. My biggest fear is that you start a game and then it's like it's still not complete, so then it's still on your list to work on, which to me is, I want to be done with it, you know, at least to keep it to just cleaning. You know, games are hard enough to run as they are. Getting to a point of, oh, well, I got to set off those ramps again, you know, and then take it apart. It's kind of like one of those things that, is it just going to sit for another year or two before I do it? I don't know. Nice, you got a computer set up. Back and forth from pinball to video games. Awesome. Yeah, I moved my desktop tower out here because my laptop was garbage. This is the streaming PC setup that I have in my bio area. And I'd like to do this because I do flight simulators too, and like I can't stream that at all because I'm gonna put this on a cart, and I have a cart right next to this, but I'd like to be able to eventually, once I get better at the flight simulator stuff, I kind of like mess around with that, and I'd like to make the stream a little bit more regular. That'd be cool. You know, obviously working on pinball takes a certain amount of. Do I really feel like working on this tonight? You know, it's hard to chip away at stuff sometimes, but every Wednesday certainly won't be hard, but it's still the community, right? Yeah, Dumb and Dumber 2. Yeah, I saw parts of it. I didn't see the whole thing. I can't remember. I think it was at my brother's or something, and I saw just portions of it. And it, you know, made me laugh a few times, but I don't know if it's just because I've gotten older now. It's just like, wow, this is really dumb. Sometimes, and you know, obviously that's the point. But you know, it was okay. It would have made more sense if I saw the whole thing. I don't know. All right, so let's get back to our circular motion here and try to get some of this cleaned up. This is why I always pull those switches. You can hear me hitting it. Dink, 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 dink. Yeah, we're going to have to take Magic Eraser to these lanes here and clean that up. But I mean, it's feeling smoother already, obviously, you know, through that area of the play field and kind of going up. Yeah, what I fly with is like the Satec flight yoke, you know, which is like basically like a yoke system, and then I've got a rudder pedal set up too as well with a throttle quadrant. I'm making a lot of hand gestures. It's really kind of weird, but yeah, I fly. It's called a 737, and it's kind of cool. It's a actual full simulated game, and Microsoft Flight Simulator is what it was based off of, but it's called Prepared. And it's just really, really neat. It's actually made by Lockheed Martin, and they sell add-on aircraft, they add on everything. And it's incredible. But the 737 is done where it's actually got like the flight navigation computer and everything in it that's actually settable, where if you use Microsoft Flight Simulator, you could never use the CDU portion of it. So it's actually the flight management system, FMS or CDU. So you can actually input your route, flight level, the whole 9 yards. And it comes with chapters and chapters and chapters manual. I can't remember how many pages it is, but I mean, it's huge. I'm probably on some sort of watch list or something now. But it's absolutely a blast to be able to fly and do some of that stuff. And I don't know, I just like learning and playing around with stuff. Yeah, that never. I can't remember what I don't know if this is the right stuff. Where is it? Oh, I don't know if you use this at all. That stuff's awesome. The pin guard stuff. I got this at a show for rubber, clean rubber. Works really, really well. Where is it? Yeah, I gotta look and see what is the mag and aluminum polish. I use that for certain areas and never had any issues with it. But you gotta make sure that it's not recommended for gold plating, chrome, anodized, painted, or coated metal. So you gotta watch what you use it on. But like model flight kits or actual kit planes, like a kit car type thing. My grandfather was into the model RC airplanes and stuff, and I tried to. I don't know. I'm not very good with the. I guess I didn't spend much time on it, but I was never really good at it, so moved to the flight simulator instead. You know, but I used to play like Falcon 3.0. I don't know if you remember that, like the old DOS game and stuff. Really kind of cool, just fun to be able to play. Problem with the 737 is a lot of autopilot when you're up in the air and stuff. So it's just like you set the autopilot and can multitask and do something else. But I messed around with that a little bit around the holidays. It was pretty fun. Wow, actual kit planes. No kidding. See, man, I would be scared out of my mind to do that stuff. That is so cool, though. Yeah, I used to do the sim racing stuff for a while, and I was into that. My brother was doing it, and we were in like the Mazda Miata class. Basically, I mean, think of Gran Turismo or something like that. But then those games or Forza, the problem is you get the little kids in there, and then they go backwards on the track or try to wreck you or whatever else, and it's just not fun. So then we went to a thing called iRacing, which is a site where you actually have to get like a license. So you go on there, you sign up, and you're rated and ranked, and then you have points showing you how well you're doing, how well you did in the race. Like obviously, if you went off the track, you get minus points. You caught the rumble strip too far off and went in the grass. You hit a car. You're ranked, and you have different series of licenses to drive certain cars, or to be able to compete in certain classes. And you have to maintain that license rating or ranking, in order to stay in that class. So it's kind of neat. But we did like the entry level stuff, Mazda Miata, and people take it pretty serious, and it was fun. I had a crazy wheel setup and seat and everything else, and I just got to the point of it's cool. I mean, I can drive a car anytime I want. I can't really fly a plane anytime I want. So it's kind of like I can't simulate everything. So it's kind of like I'm gonna do flight simulator. So I kind of switched gears a little bit. Took up a lot of room, and then I ended up selling the wheel and the pedals. I had these pretty crazy pedals and everything else. I think it was like, I don't know, $1,100, $1,200 all in all with the wheel and pedals and shifter and everything, and I ended up selling it and buying another pinball machine. Yeah, Bomba plays in iRacing. He's really good, actually. How's it going, Bomba? Haven't seen you in a while. Yeah, Dean Hayden, that metal polish works good. A lot of times I just I'm always gun shy and what to put it on because I never know. Like, ooh, hopefully this doesn't ruin something. But I think we're sitting actually pretty good with this. So we're gonna, I guess, section off certain areas of the playfield and let this sit on there a little bit more, and we'll actually use this probably more as what it should be instead of just kind of the spot cleaning that we've been doing. I think I missed a follow. Crow Dave, thanks for the follow. Sorry I didn't see it. Don't have alerts, I don't think. They might show up on the screen, but unfortunately, working on the game, I don't see them very often. So if you're still there, thanks for the follow. If not, I apologize profusely. I'm a jerk. Come back, please. Excuse me. So, Dean Hayden, are you working on any games right now? You got any projects you're working on or chipping away at? This yellow area, I really want to get cleaned up. It looks like ass. Bomba, I ordered plastic protectors for this today. Apologize for me coughing. I've got a little bit of a, I don't want to say cold, but funky throat. But I bought those brand new plastics from CPR quite a while ago, and I never put them on, and we're going to put those in once we get this back. Putting together. Pretty excited. Figure if I'm going to put them in, I made the mistake of putting my Demolition Man plastics in without plastic protectors, and I cracked that stupid slingshot, or the slingshot plastic right away. That kind of pisses me off, and I thought that was made out of that PETG stuff, that pegged, or whatever the hell you call it. Yeah, it should have probably not broke, but it did. Yeah, thanks, Bomba. For not spending much time on it, it's looking better. A lot better than it did. Starting to add a little bit of a shine to it now, at least. Hang on. I still got a few areas, kind of this back orbit area that's really, really dark with the ball trail. Yeah, not on fire is good, right? On fire games suck. Not sure yet. One, I gotta try to get these areas cleaned up, and this is one that we took apart the Addams Family, and it was kind of to the point of, okay, well, I'm kind of at a holding pattern until I pick up the playfield from Neo on Addams Family. So what am I gonna do now? And I had LEDs set aside for this one, and you know how dark this game can play, especially in the upper playfield, and I like to play in low light. So I just wasn't happy with it. So I thought, okay, well, I'll put LEDs in it. Well, putting LEDs turned into this. Got a lot of work. We're going to regrain the ball guides. At this point, it's kind of like, damn it, just do it. Got a little bit of a mess at this point of. Okay, this one right here. I don't know if you can see it. It's this darker one. This is actually from the metal guide coming in here, so we're not gonna spend a ton of time on that. We're gonna worry about this main ball area and what we can clean up. Ideally, Bomba, I'd like to have this thing back together for February, for Luke's birthday, so we, can play it and enjoy it and stuff like that. But the the wire forms really need to be replated. They kind of have a little bit of corrosion on it and just kind of nasty. I don't think I'll get them back in time unless he has some already done or he's in a slow time. But I'm not sure. I mean, he does the motorcycle parts too as well. So if I send him ramps, for a pinball, I don't know how, what kind of backlog he's got, and I guess I'm just gonna have to call and find out. But I kind of doubt. Hey, I'm going to send you these ramps in the middle of January. Can you have them back by me in the middle of February or first week in February? It's kind of a jerk move. I'm really trying to get some of these areas cleaned up so I don't have to take melamine foam to it, but we might just take a little bit. Yeah, I might just have to call and check and see where he's at and see if it meets the timeline. I bought new diverter ramps, the ramps that actually hold the diverters on, not the wire forms. So I have brand new diverter ramps, but they're not plated, so they need to be plated. Obviously, I have the old ones. So, worst case scenario, I send the diverter ramps off and get those plated, wait on the wire forms, swap the diverter ramps, and take the game back down until the wire forms are done. But at least it gives him an opportunity to do something, I guess. And I want to make sure I get the diverter ramps back that I actually send in and not get them swapped with somebody else's because they're brand new. But we'll see. What we can do is ask and find out, right? But we'll be able to start. I'm going to tumble the metal and stuff, but we should be able to start putting some of it back together. Cool part is we'll be able to start LEDing some of it, here shortly. Yeah, so once I'm going to order, this came with originally red star posts, and I got to replace, the target here was, one of these was red, they're supposed to be yellow. These should clean up okay. I don't know if we'll replace these, that may work. We should be able to clean that up with Novus. And then once we tumble everything, we'll be able to start, slowly reassembling different areas of the playfield. But I think I'm going to do purple star posts. They're star posts down in kind of this area of the playfield, obviously, and I guess I should be on this side here, in these spots here, and then there's two more right here. That should look pretty nice. Sass Trooper, what's going on, man? Thanks for stopping in. How you doing this evening? Back here. Alright, so I'm pretty happy with how a lot of this looks in the main areas. So we'll do a really, really nice Novus kind of cleaning. I've been spot cleaning a lot of the different areas. So I think we're up to a point of we can focus on sectioning off the playfield. There's this darker area back in this orbit. This shadow table, yep. It's all taken apart too. I like making games a mess, apparently. Hopefully it looks pretty when it's done. Yeah, we've got this ball trail that I really like to get out. So we're not going to focus on getting this out from a spot level perspective, and then we'll kind of section off and work our way down. We've done pretty well with we started with alcohol, just alcohol. Trying to get these areas cleaned up. We got a lot of it cleaned up. And now we've kind of resorted to a little bit of Novus and elbow grease. How many tables do I have? I think 18, 19, something like that. 15 on my main floor in this section. And then I've got 2 in the back. 1 coming in yet. And then, yeah, I think, so 18, I think. I don't know, I think I got them all listed below. I don't even know anymore. But yeah, next to me I've got a row. So normally Adam's family sits, well, it was sitting right next to this. That's completely tore apart. That's another game that I'm doing a kind of a quote restoration on, but not really. Just kind of putting a new playfield in it. Restoration's kind of used too loosely sometimes, but I got Roadshow Tron and Avatar, which is actually my brother's. I have it on loan right now. He has my Judge Dredd, and then directly behind this row, back over there, is Aztec, Lion Man, Swords of Fury. I'm trying to remember what's next to that. What did I put there? Demolition Man, The Walking Dead. And then I've got another row of 5 after that. Pinbot, which needs a little bit of work yet. I've got my Meteor back there. And then I've got Atlantis. Fishtails. I got Fishtails now. And Whirlwind, which needs some help yet. But yeah, it's unfortunate there's not many games in the UK. Do you have any machines? Doesn't sound like it, unfortunately. Should get one. Alright, I don't know if we're going to be able to... I'm going to go back to this orbit and see what we can do. Excuse me. Hockey? What's going on, Stash Kid? How you doing, man? Thanks for stopping in. Appreciate it. Oh, man, we've got this apart. That's for sure. We're cleaning up. Right now, we're taking some Novus and trying to hit these orbits. We've taken alcohol to it. Got them cleaned up pretty good. I don't like going right to Novus, but you know we're gonna have to in this area, and it's coming up okay. We're gonna have to take probably some melanine foam to this though, to get this ball trail out. GoldenEye I do not have a lot of time on. I'd like to get more just because, well, James Bond is awesome. So I have very minimal time on that. Every time I find one, you know, something's never working on it. So hopefully one of the shows I go to has one. Terminator 2 is a good, fun game. I enjoy Terminator 2. Nice. Well, congrats on the win. Bomba plays hockey. Plays in the Chicago area. Yeah, not bad. I mean, it's got a few issues. I mean, it's got sanctum wear, which is right here, which we're not gonna be able to clean up. I can give you a little tour quick. You know, it's got. Oh man, I lost my rag down there. You know, sanctum wear area. You can kind of see. I'm sorry for the shadow. You can see that it's got some. Get it, shadow, shadow. Yeah, that was a crappy joke. You can see that it's got a little bit of paint crack in there. Sorry, that doesn't really focus, but and it's, you know, it's dimpled down a little bit, and that's part of the ball sits here on a magnet and kind of wiggles back and forth before this drop target comes down. So unfortunately, that's probably the worst part of the play field. You know, we've got this ball track area that we're going to try to get up. We've gotten quite a bit up. It was a hell of a lot worse, that's for sure. We've got to clean up pretty well all the way through here. This is where a ball guide comes across here, so that'll be fine. We've got a little bit of a... This is behind a ramp, but a screw came through the play field. I don't know what doofus did that. You know, it's got a few issues. Down here on the headlight, and it just drives me nuts when I'm playing it. You can kind of see there's like a little crack or crevice in there. It's almost like a split. I don't know how that got in there. I've actually never seen it before, but you can actually... My fingernail catches it. Doesn't do anything really to the ball, but just kind of, you know, sitting in this position from playing, you know, I just see it. It drives me bonkers. And then, like, inserts, you can kind of see, it's hard to see, but you can see that the lock, see how it's got kind of a grainy kind of look to it? It'll be fine once it's lit with LED, especially color matched, but this is novice, you know, through this, but... You know, some of the inserts just kind of have a little bit of a grain to them. But for the most part, yeah, it looks pretty good. I mean, you can see there's a few issues. But, you know, from a playfield perspective, I mean, it could have a lot of wear, and it doesn't. You know, it looks pretty good. And when Bamba first came in here, he was making a joke. You can see the jackpot light, too, a little bit. He was making a joke, though, that glad the flame's not on fire. It actually was... smoking at a game show when I got it, and as in a game show is like a gathering for pinball. You know, with the inserts, you know, that's one that I'm just not going to be able to fix. I don't know of a way. It's on the back side. It's not like delamination or anything with like clear. I don't know of a way besides replacing that you can actually do that. Am I real? What's up, man? Thanks for coming in, checking the channel out. Yeah, this is a Shadow. This is another game that I'm working on. I've taken a deviation because I've actually got Addams Family completely tore apart. Cabinet, playfield, everything that you would see normally in a pinball game from the underside. Watch out, you're going to get dizzy with the camera here. But you can see that, you know, I pulled everything out of my Addams Family, and it was pulling out all the different portions all the way through here, including the harness, the entire play field, the whole thing. So it was nuts. You'll have to send me how to pronounce that. I'm terrible at pronouncing stuff like that. I'm sorry, don't hate me. Yeah, this game was a little bit of a mess, though, in Stash Kit, so you can see, you know, what... Emma Real. Real. MR Real. I think I got it, maybe. Oh no! Did I forget to change the date? Well, that was a bunch of fail. It's because I was in a rush because I was almost running late. I'm such a noob. have to change the entire title too. Yeah, that was 3. There we go. Oh no, you're getting purged. What? I don't know. It's the default bot. Everything's breaking all at once. So much fail. Ah. Time travel. Alright, so we got most of this cleaned up from Novus. I really want to focus on that back corner, though. So we're going to pull this back up. Damn it, Stash Kid! Yeah, it should be nice once it's done. We're going to start putting it together here roughly soon. I've got LEDs already. I just bought plastic protectors. I've got brand new plastics. We're going to send the wire forms off to get plated at some point. I'm not sure when I'm going to do it. Got some brand new diverter ramps. Yeah, it'll be nice. Yeah, this is wear. This is called Sanctum wear on this game because this is called the Sanctum. The ball comes back and locks into this area. There's a target, a wall target that stands up about yay high or so and will come down. And the ball comes up here, and when you shoot it from the flipper, it'll come up, hit this area, and there's a magnet here, and it will catch the ball, and it kind of does like a vibration of brrr, like this, and holds the ball there. And obviously, you know, having that metal there and that magnet, it keeps hitting that area time and time and time again. You're going to get a little bit of wear. Kind of. Nova is like it's a fine scratch remover. It's actually made for like plastics. And what it is a very slight abrasive, and what it will do is we'll actually clean some of the imperfections in the wood where the metal shavings and dirt and grime have gone that has been, kind of ground in from the ball being tracked on the playfield. You're going to remember you're running a steel ball across the playfield. So like this area back here, the ball always kind of comes around this trajectory every single time, and eventually, it gathers dirt and grime and stuff in those areas. So what we're trying to do is get some of this out, and what we'll do is we'll take like melamine foam, and we'll lightly get some of this area out. And it's really smooth in here. We've got most of it out going all the way through, but this kind of corner here we still need to work on a little bit. When we actually do a wax, we'll put on an actual like pure Caranuba wax, and this is what we'll put on the playfield once we're done with the Novus and making sure it's all cleaned up. We'll be focusing on actually waxing the playfield, which will give it a nice thin layer of protection, and we'll put that on various times through the stages of its life, and we won't have to necessarily go through this deep of cleaning and kind of a cleanup job. So Yeah, but we'll be coming back to the Addams Family. I've got a brand new playfield that'll be going in the game. I don't like going right to Novus on this, but we're going to. Yeah, I've definitely seen worse spots on the Shadow before. I don't know, it's kind of hard to see in this camera. Come back this way. The LEDs, no, we should have approximately the same amount of lumens that we would have had out of a standard bulb. It will give it a different kind of look. We're actually adding more lights to it. The upper playfield on this game is like super, super, super dark in the game. I like playing in low light conditions. Bring this down. Focus on that little orbit there. Excuse me. We're actually going to add some LED strips in, like LED lighting strips. Absolutely, yeah. So like a Stash Kid and Sass Trooper are saying, it's going to run a lot cooler. It's going to be more efficient on the system. It's not going to pull as much wattage, which is very, very important in the pinball machine. We can move it from standard 44s to 47s, which would be less. And then LEDs is even more efficient. It takes less strain off the system, especially these boards that are quite old at this point. I don't think we had any GI issues on this one. It is called the Shadow. Yes, it is. Unfortunately, when it's the Shadow and you can't see the flipping ball when you're playing, it kind of sucks. Especially in the upper playfield. It's got some really, really dark areas, so we're going to add some spotlights to it. Some people don't like spot towers, but I really, really enjoy them. I like to be able to see the ball, and I don't like LEDs that strobe or cause any sort of issue. I mean, I like to be able to see my ball, not be overly bright or lose tracking of it, so pretty conscious of how much we're putting in and where and everything else, so... Yeah, man, I'm really excited to one, get this game back up, and Addams Family is going to be more fun to go through. I don't know, fun. You can quote me on that. That'll be more fun. I'll be probably pissed when I'm putting it back together, but that'll be an experience, and it'll be so satisfying when that game's done, because that game was a wreck. Some people said it wasn't as bad as what I thought it was, but I don't know. It'll be fun. All right, let's go back to our magic eraser here. Yeah, I'll be putting LEDs in the back glass, and this is actually a replacement back glass. This was one that was made by Urich on Pinside. That's probably the wrong pronunciation, too. But it's a reproduction. The other one has Alec Baldwin in it. Pretty sure it was Alec. Alright, let's get you back to the playfield. Yeah, and this is, we can see like the darker areas. This is from the lights being on, and a lot of these were like really black. This plastic, there's a plastic that comes across here. There's optos that come across here to sense the ball when it's being sent, being come across the area to activate the magnet. These lights were all super, super black, almost blacked over. I don't know if I still have them. But when they look like this, when they're almost like chrome, that's not good. They should be clear. So they heat up more. Yeah, it's Alec Baldwin, the better one. This was actually off of a comic book and then a movie. Glad that the playfield actually has more of the comic book character than it does the movie character, but then they had the movie characters on the back glass and quoted in the game, which was actually somewhat funny, but the Alec Baldwin photo, you can check it on the International Pinball Database. It's actually quite humorous. Had a lot of potential, but the movie kind of sucked. I actually watched it. I've seen worse, but kind of cool to be able to actually know what's in the game and what they came across. So I considered it research. All right, I don't want to burn through this, so we're going to switch to alcohol and make a mess. See, we're getting quite a bit of it. So now what I did is I put a little bit of alcohol in here because we don't want to burn through with just a Melodyne foam eraser, magic eraser. I'm just going to check for paint transfer. There should be enough clear on here where we're not going to cause too much problems. And I can actually feel a little bit of the where that ball trail is. So right now we're just trying to get the majority of the dirt out, the imperfections in the clear and the paint. We'll watch for any sort of transfer on the eraser. And then the thought of this is once we get this cleaned up and get some of the dirt out of here, is that we'll come through with Novus and get it cleaned up even more. And then once we get to that point, we should be able to get enough wax in there that will cause a layer to go through there to protect it from the dirt. Too bright as in the colors that they chose, the playfield. There's gonna be metal wire ramps going back through here. You'll see this area. This is all behind. You won't see any of this. There's a giant playfield that going across, not giant, but it sits all right in this area. So from basically this point back, you don't see anything down here. This has a ramp coming down here, a clear ramp. And then there's metal wire forms coming up through here. And with the amount of lights that they had in it before, I mean, it does look to be a darker game, I think, when it's being played in comparison to some of the others. I mean, you go play my, for instance, my. Getting some alcohol on here. I'm trying to pay attention to what the hell I'm doing. Go play my Walking Dead, for instance. I mean, that game is really bright. Now, a lot of that is compared because due to the LEDs, the number of LEDs it has in it. But I do agree that this light gray artwork, I mean, it appears it would be brighter, but I think once you get the rest of the game in here and put back together, I mean, it gives it a much darker appearance. And all this area is all covered with plastic in here, so you don't even see any of this. Almost there. Yeah, there's still a slight trail, but we're getting it mostly cleaned up. I'll bring it in closer shortly here. Hang on. Hang on. Excuse me. I'm pretty happy with how some of this is coming out. Looking pretty good. Get you in here for a little bit more of a closer look. Yeah, it's getting there. Yeah, I can't wait to start putting new lights and stuff in here. There's like a slight crack there, something wear. Like I said, I'm not too concerned with this area. I don't know if you can see that on the camera. No, you can't. Because that is actually part of the ramp that go there. We can talk later about it. I can send you some stuff on it. I actually found a program that controls the C920s, because if you have one that you have on stream, it controls the other one automatically. I found a program that you can separate them. All three out, all two out. That looks a lot better already. If you look up ANKH bot, if you look at my Twitter, I follow the developer on there. I really enjoy his bot versus some of the other ones like MooBot and some of the other ones that they have. This one's kind of cool because like that NCOM bot, that's actually an account that I had to create to run some of the programs. Yeah, there is Mylar right here. There's this sheet, and there's a small sheet here, and there's sheets right here, right where the ball drops. This is kind of the boring part, I know. Sorry. I'm actually going to put you right back in this kind of wedge here. We're going to focus on this. Hang on. So tricky getting this all right angles, which as close as I can. I'm going to focus on this orange next, and then the yellow. Just a little bit there that I wanted to get. Sass Trooper, thanks for the follow. I missed it earlier. I don't have my alerts showing up on... Well, it shows up on this one, so... But on my other camera, I don't see it, I don't think. Much appreciated. Yeah, that yellow's come out really nice now. Ooh, that's looking pretty. Let's go into this orange. Just kind of hit this ball area here. It's kind of where we had it, and we had a little bit in this purple. And what we're going to do is we're doing this with alcohol right now just to make sure that we're not adding extra abrasive where we really don't need it. We're just checking for paint transfer, looking for purple grays or... Yeah, it's really hard to catch the follows, and Stash Kid, I'm sure you know, Stash Kid also streams pinball, you know, when you're playing and trying to pay attention. Playing might be a little easier when you're actually working on a game and you're focusing on the playfield, and then also trying to pay attention to the computer. It's quite difficult. It's a different experience, that's for sure. But cool nonetheless. Keeps me motivated to have people watching me do this kind of stuff, because otherwise it gets quite boring. Alright, that actually came out pretty damn good. We got a little bit more that I want to hit there. If you can't see it, just let me know. But I mean, to me, when I'm playing pinball, I find it difficult to talk and play. You know, from doing it for a number of years and not having to talk to somebody, and playing and, you know, try to be somewhat entertaining and not suck, and then, you know, keep an audience, and then also focusing what you're doing. It's a different art. So props to those that do it really, really well, like Jack and Joe and others. Oh no, man, I still watch that. Vavoof that was in here earlier, he does that too as well. And I think he plays on PS3 or PS4 as well. I go into his stream and every once in a while I'll check it out. So I'll, yeah, if you're into that, I'll definitely shoot you a follow after this. Exactly like Stash Kid said, all pinball is a good pinball. You know, I like to play like FX2 or Pinball Arcade and all those too as well, and I find it fun. Used to play that Williams Pinball Collection on 360 before they had the Pinball Arcade. Used to enjoy that. Chance to play different games that I, you know, normally wouldn't play. Alright, so I mean, I'll show you that purple area here. Let's give you a little closer look here. So here's the purple. We had a ball trail that was going right here. And you can see that now I'm leaving kind of like this white, filmy mess. And this is part of the foam and magic eraser, obviously, and alcohol on here. And then here's our gray area coming back this way. Night and day difference. I'm pretty good. I'm catching. Hold on. I'm sorry. I caught my leg, my pinball leg. But yeah, you can see it's come out quite a bit better. So now the big thing is like in these black areas where I hit. Just want to make sure that it looks good. We'll come back with Renovus. I don't think... I'm really scared to do something here. You can see it's actually... If you see the light around it, you can actually see, I mean, how it's dented down. Oh, don't ask me that. But I don't think I'm going to do anything in here. I think I'm just going to leave that because I'm going to cause more issues. And I'm already losing paint. You can see, even with my finger, you can see a little bit of gray that I just put in there. Or white. I don't think I'm going to do anything in there. So I think we're going to leave that. But we clean up like this Mylar. I'm not overly thrilled with this Mylar spot. I've got the radio on, like on Sirius XM. I don't know what's playing right now. I have it low because otherwise what happens is if I'm using it at the same time, it will shut this down altogether and no one will be able to listen to it on demand later, which kind of sucks. Titty10, thanks for the follow, man. Much appreciated. Yeah, you think I should fill that? I don't know, man. I'm hesitant. I don't think I want to touch it up. Sorry for the shaking here. I'm getting you back on the stand. Yeah, I don't know, Deacon. I don't know what's best to do at that point. You know, the ball still rolls well on it. I mean, it's not an issue with that, and I don't want to take the game down longer than what it really needs to be. The problem is if I touch this up and I fill this in, I mean, it's got a slight dent to it. If I fill this in and sand it and everything else, I'm going to be taking, you know, this area down, and I can tape it off so I don't, you know, sand away to the sanctum. I'm pretty lucky it doesn't have any wear there, so I could put a piece of tape across to the sanctum and tape here, and then sand, and then take like wood filler and fill that in, and then they do make a decal, but the grays never match. And I think they actually make it to where it says to the sanctum too as well, and it basically covers this area almost right to these two blocks here. And I should probably move the camera so you can see better, but it would be right where the optos go, and there's a decal that's made for this section. But to me, the grays never match, and I don't know if that would drive me more or not. I don't know what's right. Maybe we'll let the stream decide. But we cleaned up the orbit really, really well. I'm pretty happy with how that orbit turned out. We'll novice that and get that really polished out here in a second. Got the yellows cleaned up. The purple area really nice. The only other area that I really want to focus on is down near the flippers where the inlanes come to the flippers. This kind of needs to be cleaned up. I don't know. I don't know what's best. Yeah, but my problem is if I paint that whole gray section, I mean, look at all the gray. I'm basically painting this whole gray area, which wouldn't be the worst, but I mean, look at all the gray. I mean, if I'd be touching this whole area up, this gray section all to here. The problem is you'd see this gray. This is kind of covered. Remember, the playfield kind of goes here, so this would be covered back here. You probably wouldn't see it here, but you would maybe see it here. So I guess it wouldn't be too bad. It would just be this gray. The problem is then I'd have to clear that. I don't want to clear this. I do, but I don't. Acrylic? I don't know if... yeah. Is it the acrylics or the enamel? I think it has to be enamel. Well, the problem is if you use different types of paint, then I think clear has problems too as well. Enamel, I think, works without having to clear. Yeah, I heard gray's really a pain in the ass to match too. I haven't done a gray. Because you wouldn't see, I mean, you're covering the playfield from here, so you're coming all the way out to like here with the playfield. Well, not to there, to like here. So you'd be covering, like this gray section would all be covered. So yeah, the only thing you'd have to really worry about, I guess, is this sliver. So not as bad as what I think. I just don't. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if I don't want to put that much in there. God damn it. Yeah, I think if I take much more, I'm going to start getting transfer. I don't know, it kind of does drive me nuts. Yeah, do you know somebody who wants it? Can I sell it? Can I sell it to a family member like this? So, I mean, if you look at the Sanctum... Yeah, there's actually, like, you can see the crack right there. I don't know. I want it. Yeah, the problem is so does Deacon. He wants it too. Everybody wants the Shadow. I don't know. Yeah, the problem is if I do a decal, it is going to sink in a little bit there. Yeah, Dirty Harry is pretty sweet. I kind of like that game. I don't have enough time on it, but it definitely seems fun. Yeah, you can see I just pulled a little bit of chipped paint. Now, the thing is, this isn't an area of the playfield. Is like I guess I necessarily don't need to make a decision about it right this second. I mean, it's accessible with the other stuff on there. I mean, it would be a hell of a lot easier to obviously touch up or paint now, but... I don't know, if I do the decal, then I feel like I'm resorted to filling in. And filling in certainly wouldn't be the worst, and you just have gray that's potentially mismatched from that. Or you deal with the black blob. Right? I don't know. Don't know. I don't know what's best. Alright, so I'm just trying to take a little bit of alcohol. I'm just trying to get some of the melanine foam or magic eraser kind of just off to get some of the white smudgy crap off. And then we're going to take a light polish and Novus across this entire area to make sure it's nice and smooth. And then we'll be waxing these orbits. I'm probably going to hit this black area a little bit more just to make it consistent. Don't oil anything on the game. The only thing that you ever, I guess, even somewhat even come close to oiling would be the spinner. And it's not even an oil, it's more of like a Teflon type of, I don't know, I can't tell you exactly the consistency of it, but it's more of like a pasty kind of thing to it. Oil will wreak havoc and cause a giant mess. You never want to use like 3-in-1 on any of this, or any sort of oil. Any of the posts. Any of the, like this metal post can come out. I'll actually probably pull these and tumble some of these. Some of these are really, really bad. So, like, this is kind of what I'm dealing with in this game. Here's a metal standoff. And this is supposed to be kind of like a, these are the blackish kind of ones. They make ones that are more, I guess, I wouldn't say chrome, but more of a kind of like a stainless kind of look to it. You can see all the like the metal kind of rust almost to this. This was a container game, so what will happen is we'll actually go ahead and clean these. I don't like necessarily tumbling all this stuff, but with these and kind of the condition they're in, we're going to tumble or even replace these and get new ones. We're going to see what the tumbling does, and all that is like a big plastic tumbler, and you just throw like corn cob or media in it. I have like crushed walnut shells, and then you put in like Novus or some sort of other, I guess, kind of cleaner material, abrasive in it with it, and then it'll mix with all the other metal bits, and then it will eventually polish this. A lot of times I like to use like an ultrasonic cleaner with like Simple Green to clean that stuff off. For metal polishing, I will use like mag and aluminum polish. I'll use that. Saps Trooper, don't worry about it, man. Any questions, okay. We'll use like mag or aluminum polish on some of the metal parts, but you have to be careful what you're actually using this on. So I want to make sure that you're using... Exactly, it's exactly a poor man's rock tumbler. It's actually made for like gun parts is typically where you get them. So like Barry's Manufacturing. And the playfield we're actually going to wax with like a Caranubo type wax. The big thing is we want to make sure it doesn't have any additives in it or cleaners. So this is like a pure Caranubo wax. So we'll use this on all of the wood surfaces, like the playfield. We'll actually use this on some metal parts too, as well, or clear ramps. You'll use this on clear ramps, and sometimes you put like some people put it on like the balls and stuff in the game too, as well. The big thing is, like, after we go through all this, is to replace the balls, put brand new ones in, make sure they don't have chips or dings, because eventually when things, miss or hit a ramp, I mean, that's why you have rubber on these metal parts, because metal on metal contact is going to, obviously cause imperfections in the metal, which is obviously going to show up on the wood, and it's going to start to wear away that clear coat or any of the wax that we have on there too as well. So the goal is here, I mean, even if we feel like this orbit where I clean this up real nice and all that ball trails out of there, there's still a little bit of, and we kind of slightly, it's almost like lightly sanding it, I guess is probably the terminology we can use. This could turn up again if we don't protect it. So the idea is after we go through, right now we've taken the melanine foam with the alcohol, we've cleaned it up, we've gotten the dirt out of the imperfections in the paint and the clear coat. We're going to take Novus, which is a very, very fine, I guess, kind of compound, which gets rid of scratches. We're going to use that to kind of brighten up this area and make sure that when you feel it, it feels nice and smooth. And then we're going to put this layer on a very thin layer on that area, which will then protect it and hopefully keep some of that dirt and grime out of there as long as we keep up with it and keep it clean. That's kind of the intention. So, yeah, feel free to ask any questions. But yeah, this... all the metal parts and screws and stuff, I mean, I've got piles of stuff everywhere. But even these are going to get tumbled. You can see that this is like almost like oxidized. And I don't know how well this is actually going to clean up and if it's ever going to come back. Sometimes when you have parts like this, and I'm sorry for the focus, but it will... I just dropped a washer. It will actually, should clean up, but we're going to see. Some of this we might just have to replace. Some of this is stuff you really don't see either. It's just, I don't know. Some of it is visible. But a lot of it's like going to be holding ramps, you know, upright. And even the ramps have it a little bit too as well. So, alright, I can't remember what the hell I was doing. Alright, so we got a clean rag, and I want to grab that. So right now we're just kind of looking for any other areas that we want to make sure that we want to hit. I'm going to hit this black area again just because you can kind of, it's kind of hard to see, but it's got like a little bit of a funky fade to it. Sanctum I'm still undecided at this point. And I think I really jacked when I was moving that. Normally I like to pull those down. I hit when he switches kind of hard. So we're going to want to make sure that these all register the ball and don't hold the ball up because the balls will eject down towards this way for the flipper. Yeah, but for really, I mean, kind of taking this apart and just going to get into the cleaning stage, I'm pretty happy with actually a lot of this and how this cleaned up. There's not a lot of wear spots or anything on it. You know, most of this stuff looks pretty good. So I think before we get too crazy and kind of, I'm going to work on that one spot area. I'm going to come back down to by the flippers quick. We're going to put it back down. Hang on. Excuse me. Snowboarder 77, what's going on? Yeah, pinball maintenance. We got this thing completely tore apart. Making a big mess. I'm going to try to get you out of the glare here and move you to this side. Yeah, snowboarder, we're actually working on an Addams Family too as well. I've gotten the entire game taken apart. We're going to be replacing a play field on it. I've got an IPB play field that we'll be putting in. Just got extra clear added on it. I got to go pick it up here soon. And then we're going to get a brand new cabinet and do a complete, I guess, rebuild on the top end and try to do what we can on the bottom end. I wouldn't necessarily call it a restoration, but kind of a rebuilding, because I am by no means an expert, but learning. So what we've done is we've gone through most of this game already from a playfield cleaning perspective. We started off with just alcohol and kind of cleaning up some of the areas. We started off shop vacuuming it, obviously, getting any sort of the dust and anything cleaned up, and went with alcohol on a rag and attacked a lot of the areas, trying to get as much stuff as we could cleaned up. And then started with a little bit of Novus on a rag, and now we've gone to melanine foam in some of the problem areas, just kind of spot targeting. I've kind of cleaned down most of the playfield already, but we're going to have to Novus again after kind of making this mess. But I just want to get some of these ball trails out of here that are really, really apparent. So we've got it kind of coming down these orbits, in lane areas. The ball drops and comes down to the flippers. We get this cleaned up, and then we're going to start assembling. We got LEDs we're going to put in here. We were debating what we were going to do with the sanctum wear. If you see on the one camera, we've got a little bit of sanctum wear. I've seen worse, but not sure what I want to do with it. It's nothing terrible. I mean, it could stay the way it is, which is kind of what I'm leaning towards, just so we can get it back playing. One of the suggestions was to fill it in a little bit. I mean, there's not much, but there is a little, you can feel a little bit of of wearing the wood and then put a decal on it, or even touch up that gray area. I get them all over. For our Wisconsin pinball, Iowa pinball area and stuff, a guy buys them in bulk, so I buy them from him sometimes. I bought Comet LEDs. I really, really enjoy Comet's LEDs. I bought LEDs from Terry, Pinball Life. You know, a little bit of everything. We're going to regrain the metal guides too in this. While we got them out, might as well. I really like them. I don't know if I have a VOD or it's probably on YouTube. Well, actually, it might be a highlight. Look at my highlights. And look at, I think there's one that says something about Matt making a $10 or $20 bet. It probably looks like shit on camera, but Comet LEDs in my Judge Dredd. Take a look at those and see what you think. But I did Comets in my Judge Dredd and also my Demolition Man, and I really, really like them. I'll tell you that don't go for a straight color match. Like for reds, one thing I learned in doing some LEDs is try pink for reds. It gives it a really, really nice look to it. It looks sharp with pink. You would never think that, but I can show you the difference between like pinks and reds on Demolition Man. We can do a stream on it, but pink looks really, really sharp in red. He has straight kits you can buy, too. So, I mean, you could buy a kit for a machine you're looking for. You'll pay a little bit more money and stuff like that, but he does a nice job. I bought straight LEDs from him. I bought LED strips from him. I bought lights, everything. Yes, beer. Gonna try to clean up this car a little bit more. I'm pretty happy with the way that ball trail turned out. There's not much there. We'll take Novus to it here in a second and see what it looks like. You can see we've gotten pretty good success not pulling up anything and getting some of these areas cleaned up. You know that Demolition Man, they changed the line Taco Bell to Pizza Hut. No, I did not know that. I'll have to look for that. And that's from the movie to the game? Or is that just the movie script? going to come up this way. What was that? There was a spot in here. Ha! I'd rather have it say Taco Bell. I love Taco Bell. That's weird. Isn't Taco Bell and Pizza Hut owned by the same company? So what was their reasoning for changing it? Yeah, I don't know if it was back then, but I'm pretty sure Pizza Hut and Taco Bell are both Yum brands. Based off my business knowledge or non-knowledge. Hey, kind of a what? Dude, boss rap, bro. Right? Dude, I love Taco Bell. I need to not love Taco Bell so much. So, kind of a semi-announcement. I'm going to be up at Spooky Pinball on January 15th. Jack Deadflip is going to be streaming the reveal for... Is it coming up? There's like a little black imperfection that's driving me bonkers in here. He's going to reveal the new game there for Rob Zombie, and I'll be up there with Chuck, and sounds like Ben Heck's going to be up there, and we're going to have a good time, so definitely check that, and I'll be probably hosting the stream, so you guys can all check it out too as well. I know a lot of you guys obviously watch Dead Flip, but it'll be cool. Last time Jack and I were on together was at Pinball Expo, so pretty cool. Pretty cool. Huh. I guess that would make sense. They did it as more recognizable because I mean it would be the same brand if they already paid for the reason. They already paid to have it in there. All right, I think I'm pretty happy with how that came out. There's a little bit of wear there. I don't want to go too far. Get an A transfer. Ha! Yeah, I'm sure that they looked at it and they did based off of location and I guess brand recognition. That's probably why. Huh. Cool, you learn something new every day. Thanks for the facts, man. And then going and checking it out, too. Alright, I think I said that black area we need to hit a little bit more. Just kind of looking to see him kind of jumping around a little bit again, just from a spot perspective. Hang on. Yeah, it'll be cool to be able to show that game and play it. My name made the play field, but it's covered under a plastic because I didn't do much with the game. So lame. Just kind of wanted to get this looking at least a little more consistent before we do Novus on this. Alright, let's see what that looks like. Alright, pretty happy with that. Let's try to get this. I don't know if I'm going to worry about that right now. Alright, let's kind of clean this scoop out a little bit. And I don't know if we hit that really good before. If you watch Modern Family, you may want to know that Alex... No kidding, I didn't know that. I know the one girl, I don't know which one her name is, the girl with the glasses or whatever. She plays the voice actor for Princess Sophia and Sophia the First, because my daughter watches it. Give me some Disney Channel facts. Disney Junior. He didn't do anything after Addams Family, right? Pugsley? Like in the movies? Just kind of trying to get that. I don't know if you can see that. I've got the camera in a really crappy spot. Sorry, guys. Just trying to get this orbit kind of sauce or kick out hole at least a little cleaned out. There'll be a metal guide that goes all along here, so I'm not going to worry too much about that little metal part there. Hopefully that doesn't stick out. This little black part right there. And this is all covered up, so... Cleaning pins is so much fun. Dude, it's going to be so worth it once this thing is waxed and kicking ass again. Oh, that's what you restore cars? Yeah, man, car work's fun. If I had more space and more money, I'd probably do car work, but... I did for a while. That's kind of what got me into pinball. I was trying to get out of... I had a couple cars in the garage and was trying to find something that I could do inside. That had some of the same stuff. I don't want to spend a ton of time on this. I just want to get some of the dirt out of here so it doesn't transfer all over the play field. Get it somewhat cleaned up, looking somewhat like wood again. Alright, I'm probably pretty good with that. Alright, now at this point, I think I'm sitting pretty good with what I want to do from that. So I'm going to put a light layer of Novus on. This is a new rag. We got rid of the crappy one we were using before that we initially cleaned with. And then the one that we're using the alcohol with. And I'm going to hit this orbit again. Kind of more in a straight line fashion to really get that trail again. Just to get any final remnants kind of cleaned up. And then we're going to do a nice kind of circular motion. Almost more of like a wax type. We'll put it on, we'll let it kind of dry a little bit, and then do a circular motion back with another clean cloth. And again, this is just kind of polishing some of the sanding that we did with the melanine foam, just to restore some, I guess, luster a little bit, remove some of the scratches. Kind of saw it a little bit, haze up a little bit with the black and the gray. But man, this orbit looks a lot better. Wouldn't you say, Stash Kid? Look a lot better. Snowboarder die trying to get the beer or pass out? Snowboarder, come back! Maybe he had to go drive and get beer. That'd suck. Thanks, Dash Kid. I don't know, I'm going to clean this up just a little bit. I don't like the way that turned out. So I'm just going to kind of hit the main areas, make sure we got it to what I like. Send a search party. And again, this is a lot of work, but it'll be satisfying once it's done and the game's all waxed and got brand new LEDs in it. We'll do a comparison. I'll try to put a video together to put it on YouTube, and we'll show it on stream or something like that of it before and after. gonna order those star posts and those targets tomorrow, so those get here. Kind of hit some of these main areas that we kind of just lightly sanded. All right, so I know there was one area. So it was like right in here, there was just like a little bit of, whoa. Okay. A little too much alcohol in here. I didn't like the way it looked right in here. There was like a little bit of a few little black specks, dirt that wasn't coming up from before, so I'm not gonna go much higher up in the sanctum than that. I just don't want to mess with it. So these are supposed to be here for the ramp, I think. That looks better, I think. Alright, so now we're just going back with kind of that dirty cloth with alcohol again, just trying to get the white crap off. Hit that with Novus, but we'll have to come do it again. Alright, well, let's do that again. All right. So now what I'm doing is kind of liberally applying this Novus in a circular motion, just trying to get it to all the areas that we kind of cleaned up. Some people will say they don't like doing this because you're basically adding a light abrasive to the play field, but I'm trying to restore some of the light marks that we put in with the cleaning to really shine it up. In all the areas, and we're just kind of doing the whole play field area. Even the areas with Mylar, I'm going to hit can still see a few slight marks in this orbit, but you know what? It looks pretty good. I spent a tremendous amount of time trying to get it perfect because, well, again, metal ball. Again, I try not to use Novus if I don't have to, but since we took the melanine foam to it, what will happen is it will kind of dull some of those areas, so now we're kind of removing some of those fine scratches out of it. And all I'm doing is I'm just putting a, kind of like almost like a wax, I'm putting it on, I'm going to let it dry a little bit, and then we're going to polish it off with another cloth. And you'll read on forums on pinball stuff, and everybody has their own style and what they do and what works best for them. I mean, there's no one or perfect way, but this has worked out really, really well for me on other play fields and stuff I've done. You can get into some of it, and there's so much controversy on what you use, what you don't use, and everybody has their own opinion, but you'll see when, you know, we put this on, I'm kind of putting it on a little thick and spreading it thinner in some areas, and you'll see that like all these black areas where it was kind of hazy before, it'll shine up and it should look a lot, I guess, consistent, we should say. And that's what we're looking for, is consistency across the colors and the coat. This will look really sharp with some purple and greens popping out. I can't wait, man. It's going to look great. We're going to get this ugly sticker off this apron. I don't know if you see that. It's underneath a thing, but we're going to get rid of it because I'm anal. Alright, I'm going to move you a little bit here. Hang on. Normally I pull these flippers. We're probably going to at some point. I don't know why I didn't, but normally I have the apron off, but it's just easier for me when I'm kind of one-handed moving cameras and everything on stream. It's easier. I can just pull by the apron. So a lot of this we might touch up again, but this will be kind of the main. We'll have to try to clean up the shooter lane a little bit too, but we'll leave that. That has ramps going through it almost right away. It has a big wire form ramp that picks up the ball and sends it up and around, comes up to that flipper. To this flipper. I'm just making sure I didn't miss any areas. I think I got everything. Hopefully you guys find this entertaining. All right. We're gonna let that dry for a couple minutes. Yeah, I think it looks better than it obviously did. I'm glad we decided to do this versus just throwing LEDs in it. I think I would have regretted just throwing LEDs in. This will make it really, really worthwhile. Yeah, you bet, man. Anytime. Glad you enjoy it. Yeah, it's hard to talk. You guys make it easy, you know, when you guys are asking questions and we're talking about stuff. So that's always fun. So, to move my top camera rig, it's not the easiest, but we get Janky play Roadshow. Let's play Janky Roadshow. This is gonna probably look like crap. If I'm going through all this trouble, I should just do it right. What? I don't think any of my cams are set up to. Hang on. Oh God! Still have enough cord? We'll see here. Hang on. Just a little bit further. This effing thing. Whoa. Guess that doesn't look the worst, does it? I should probably clean the other side of the glass. Hang on, light. I guess maybe you can see a little bit. There we go. We'll go with this and see what happens. Alright, so we'll play a little bit here. I'm gonna go for the... We're on Wednesday already. Oh, God. So I got the topper on this one that when the gate opens on the bulldozer, it lights the construction lights on the top. I don't know how level this thing is because I moved this thing around quite a bit. Oh wow, work that. I guess that's one way to get there.
You will remove that bulldozer from the street.
Oh, I like that ramp better. Let's get some times going. Let's hit the bulldozer once. Come on. There we go. Get it under control here. No! Ha! I'll lose my extension cord, power cord for my light. Got the lock. Now it's going to go for that lock again. We're going to go for the start event though, so we're going to soft plunge this. And not soft enough, or not hard enough. Oh, that's the... I got the lock. Oh, we're missing a screw on his head. Look at his face move. Alright, so now, look at that. So the bulldozer's up. I don't think I can plunge it in there. We'll try. Nope. Oh, missed. There we go. Hey, thanks for the follow. I'll check and see what it is. I'm really far away from the computer. So now I'm going to try to hit it in Ted's bulldozer when he opens it up like now. Oh no! I just messed that up. Alright, so we shoot the lock, we can restart that. Oh, brick! Come on, give it back. Come on! No, down the out lane. Larimore, thanks for the follow. Much appreciated. Sorry, I'm really far away from the... I don't know why it's got buy-in on it. That game sucked. We didn't get very far, but we had multi-ball. Alright, let's play again. We've got the Shadow next to this game right now, and we actually just put a nice thin layer of Novus on. We're waiting for it to dry. And Stash Kid wanted to see some Roadshow, so we're going to adhere to his request and play a little bit for a couple minutes. Alright, let's play another game. I think that light is for that diverter ramp back there. We should try to hit those ramps and see. So we're gonna go. We can hit the bulldozer to advance the days of the week, or we can go into start a city event right away. So we're gonna kind of soft plunge into the skill shot. I haven't played this game in a while. It's way too soft. That's too hard. I'm missing all my shots. Flippers feel good, but I just look at they're offset a little bit. That needs to be rebuilt. Come on, that was dumb. Hell yeah, Novus! Right? Thanks for the follow and thanks for stopping in. We're gonna clean that up in a couple minutes here, but we're gonna play this for a little bit. Gastache Kid's been good. Alright, so we went for the days of the week. I like doing the bridge out to get some ramps built up, if we can hit it. Which we were halfway up, but then we fell back down. I love that shot. We're not going to buy cell shakers. Can't hit that stupid thing to fly on. Wow, that was dumb. Ugh. You're pretty good tonight. Wow, ball 3 we have 29. No, this is terrible. Come on, get out of there. Wow. I don't deserve pinball machines. What an idiot. Alright, let's try that again. Like I said, I've got this, if you look at my games right now, I've got it shoved like way off to the side. It's probably, I don't know, it's probably not as level as what could be. I'll blame it on the level. It's the level of the game, that's why I suck so bad. Maybe it's all the hard work I just put in on the Shadow. Oh man, it's brutal, but I can't even figure out the skill shot into the scoop right now. Can't hit the ramp. I feel like the rubbers are really bouncy. Look at that. I don't deserve a pinball machine. Look at that! Come on. Thanks, Red. Alright, so that'll give us the start city, falling from the pops into there. Also Bob's. So I'll smash the cab, repetitive. Remind me to put a screw in Ted's face. Oh, wow. I am not in Pinburg this year. I did not sign up in time. I missed the sign up. I will be at MGC, well, Texas Pinball Festival, MGC, and then I will be at Chicago Pinball Expo. Did I say that? No. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know what the hell I'm saying anymore. Texas Pinball Festival, Midwest Gaming Classic, and Chicago Pinball Expo. Yeah, I played Doctor Who. I like it. It's fun. Kind of reminds me a little bit of Pinbot. There we go. That should have hit. Don't pay attention to the score. Too far. Alright, so we got Miami this time, so we hit the ramp. Come on. Yeah, I have a pinball in the collection. I don't know if I'd get a Doctor Who and stuff. I mean, it's intriguing. I'd like to make a new Doctor Who. That'd be kind of cool. Yeah, but I play it, and never when I see it, I try to play it. Oh, get there. Yeah, most of the old Doctor Who characters, man, that's really cool that they have them all in there. Wow, I cannot hit that. Missing that shot. Get up there. So I'll go for the other bridge. I missed. Wow. Alright, they'll get Start City. Oh, come on. God dang it. Yeah, you do, man. We need to hang out at a show. Well, we bought the coffee cup, so we got more points because of Ohio, but... God, this sucks. Gotta have at least one good game here. Come on. Stupid roadshow. Yeah, I was pretty lucky when I got rid of this one. This didn't have any fishware or anything. Hard plunge and hit the thing that we saved. Go back to the other ramp, but we can hit it. No, can't hit it. I suck. Come on. Alright, at least we got lock lit. Get in there. Alright, so we got ball one. I think this is reset because I used to have it set where you had to go back and complete days of the week again to get the lock, but this is giving it to you right away. Oh my God, get it under control, please, for the love of God. Wow, that was pretty sweet. Oh, I missed it. The safe shot, at least. Oh my god, this is terrible. Don't watch me. I don't deserve pinball machines. No! I missed everything. Look at it. I had the lock lit. I had 10 million just for hitting the porta potty. Yeah, I want to play this not watching me too, so I can play better. Not suck.
Don't be a stranger.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, I'm pretty happy with my collection right now. I feel like I have enough variety, and the number of machines obviously helps, but... Get up there. There we go. There we go. There we go. Fucked it up. Here, a towel. Should have left the glass dirty. Could have blamed it on that. The glass is dirty. Oh no! Yeah, I did. My fishtail's a piece of shit. It's not bad, it plays, but it's got all the inserts are blown out. I'm waiting for... I've been on the CPR list because I've wanted one for such a long time. So I should be getting a CPR playfield. Oh my god. I just can't. It's so bouncy. What is going on here? Come on. Can I buy a ramp? What the fuck? Now I hit it. Dude, look at these flippers. Like, I feel like I have to work to... They're not high enough. Fishtails? What I pay for fishtails? Or this? Oh, you're home.
You will remove that bulldozer from the street.
Wow. That's when I like this game, and this shit's flying around like that. But... And I was going to time it out. I was like, oh, we should play it safe. Yeah, fishtails, 900. That was cool. Yeah, it was 900, but I needed to. It's gonna need a new playfield, new plastics, new boat ramp. God damn it. Yeah, I figure even with the price 900 with a core game, I guess it depends what I do with the cabinet. The cabinet's got some cabinet fade and stuff, but I mean whatever. It can't have everything perfect. With a playfield CPR, the work, and plastics, and what I'm doing to it and stuff, you know, it would be a nice game, and I'm coming out right around average price, I would say. Maybe a little bit more, but I'd be happy with it. I love that when that goes around like that. Hit that diverter. Come on, go to your home. Oh, we got her in her mouth. Trying to get this damn thing under control. I can't cradle it all. Alright, so now we got flying rocks. I don't know. We got 4 times. We're probably going to go all the way to extra ball. Now we got the lock. Gonna lose this. Oh no! Ah! I'm like losing everything. I don't know. I'm not decided. I mean, it's been on my wish list long enough that I'll probably want to keep it. But I don't know. I guess it depends on, you know, what I feel like. Hey, did you see that? The light went flying. The cord went off. Welcome to Paul's janky pinball stream. Welcome, everybody. Shop games, take games apart, never put them back together, and play shitty pinball. Welcome. Alright, so we got to start City lit. We have the lock lit. We got 1 ball locked. We can start multi-ball. We got 4 times bonus going right now. Start City would be New Orleans next. I don't know. I F that up. So now it's light extra ball. Look at that. Yeah, and drop stuff. Fuck, I kind of want to continue this, but that's cheating. I don't know why it's on. Well, that was the best game of the night, but I completely messed it up. We had 5 times, and all we had to do was hit 1 more ball, and we got multi-ball. Ugh. Alright, 1 more.
Time to go to work. Let's fire that thing up.
God damn it. Give me some. Give me some again. DSR! Where have you been? Get out of there, piece of shit. Yo! God damn it, I missed a follower. The wired fixer. He's probably gonna fix all my wires and I missed him. Wired fixer, thanks for the follow. Sorry, I fucked up. I'm a jerk. Come back again. Maybe I should just cradle the ball for a while and you gotta stick around. That's awesome. I wish I got a nap. I love naps. You see how bouncy this is? Bounce, 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 bounce. Look at that. It's like no stick. Alright, we're just gonna play this safe and time this shit out. I think I gotta hit another switch though, right? Alright. Hang on, everybody. Made fun of me? No! Do it! Fucking game. Maybe want a roadshow? My kids love this game too. Ah, shit! Get in there, you hooker. Alright, we got Start City, Atlanta. Hit it. Come on. Come on. All right. No! Get in there. Where's my paycheck? Ugh, this game. You kicking shit behind me now? Alright, that's one lock. I have no bonus. Stupid. Look at that. Fucking ball 3. I should just continue this so you have to stick around, DSR. Watch this terrible play. God damn it. Can you believe that? God damn, Eric! Urgel, I can't say your fucking name. Urgelzlin. Thanks for the follow, dude. It's probably because I can't see it. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Sorry, I suck. I think it was Urgelthun. Urgelthun? Urgelthun. That was terrible, I thought for sure. Alright, one more. Oh god. Wait. DSR, don't leave me now. No, come on. Come on. All right. Never mind. Brrr. Fuck that. I got you. We're going to not play that game. That game can go to hell. You can go to hell and die. Yeah, I hear you. We're going to call our quits here. I'm just going to quick take this stuff off. I'm not even going to move the other camera. So let's get another towel here, and we're going to go the opposite way of what I was going before. And I'll give you a close-up shot. You can go to bed. So this is just the... Ooh, that purple looks nice. Ten Spence. What's going on? Yeah, you just missed it. I played Roadshow and played like absolute donkey shit. You're probably lucky you missed it, to be honest. I unfortunately had to put people through that. We're just taking some of this off quick. Just the Novus. Oh man, it's looking pretty. Fuck, man. Yeah, Sass Trooper, man. Thanks again for coming in. Sorry for the crappy play at the end there. But yeah, definitely come back, check it out. Keep an eye on if you miss anything, VODs, I'll have stuff, and I'm going to back everything up to YouTube. So if you guys ever want to go back and watch something, we'll have it all there. I'm going to have to kind of play a little bit with this. I see a little spot kind of in this end that needs to be cleaned up. I don't know if you can see it with the glare. You can kind of see there's like a funky little spot right here. So we'll have to kind of get that. You can see it. Oh, I don't know. Stupid glare because I got that light all jacked over there. Yeah, paper towel throwing. That's the best. That was me literally throwing in the towel. Star Trek Premium, huh? Nice. Let's go. I'll show you this quick. Remember the gray area? Look at that. It's nice and pretty. One-handed pulled playfield out. Look at that. It's looking pretty. That purple turned out really nice. That had a nice ball line in it. Really, really bad. But man, this is looking way better. I'm super jacked. Look at this. Look at the shine. So I'll finish wiping this down and then just kind of hitting the nice areas. Again, or some of the areas just need a little bit of touch up, but man, this is came out really nice. Kind of hard to see with the glare. Sorry, I'm trying to pay attention to the. Still needs to be cleaned up. But yeah, this is what it looks like. So we'll keep going, and then we'll get a nice coat of wax on it, and start putting it together and putting LEDs in. It'll be fun. Yeah, man, it's coming along nice. I'm really, really happy that we did this because I was gonna shortcut it and just throw LEDs in it, and I would have been, I just wouldn't have been as happy. I mean, this is gonna shine. get some nice purple posts like Owl Anonymous suggested. Put those in here and light it up with some nice LEDs, and you can watch me play it and throw the towel in. Yeah, I'm seeing a few areas that still need a little bit of attention, but for the most part, and while we were streaming it and talking and everything else, man, I'm pretty happy with the way it turned out. We'll figure out what we're going to do with the Sanctum, but definitely pretty. I like this. One other area I'll show you just because we had it, the kind of the bad crap area, crappier, was that black area. Remember how it kind of faded there a little bit? Got a little bit to touch up still, but dust towel. All right, well, I'll let you. I know a lot of you guys are trying to get to bed and everything else, so thanks again for stopping in and checking everything out. Really appreciate it. It was fun being able to do this on stream and obviously be able to chat with all of you and discuss it. Makes this stuff way more enjoyable than just doing it on your own. I mean, it's obviously satisfying when you get towards the end, but this is always the hard part, is getting it apart and, you know, just being able to kind of chip away at it. But I'll tell you what, at the end of the night, when you play Roadshow really crappy and be able to come back over to this and look at the progress that we made, man, it makes it all worthwhile. Until I get frustrated and pissed off because I suck at this game and I don't have to want to sell this to Stash Kid. But yeah, I'm pretty happy. We'll have to figure out what we're going to do with the Sanctum with the wear right there. But yeah, Ten Spence, yeah, I saw that the other day. They're remaking Spider-Man. I don't know what I think about the art and stuff. I mean, it's kind of cool, but I don't know. And I heard the price is really high now. Like, they upped the price again. I don't know. Starting to get out of my price bracket, man. I mean, $4,700 for a Pro? Yeah, I can do that as long as the Pro is not completely stripped down, but you start going much higher than that, I don't know, man. I got other things to do with my money than buy pinball machines. I'll buy them used, and we'll use market later on. Towel violence. Hashtag towel violence. That's what we're gonna, yeah, hashtag that, right? Yeah, thanks again. If you're not already following, make sure you smash that follow button. The heart in the corner. Really appreciate it. Try to do these Wednesdays. Try to stream every Wednesday, roughly around 8:30. When we kind of go until we feel like it. But roughly right around this time, somewhere between 11:30 Central to about midnight, 12:30. Just kind of see how we're doing and everything else. So, thanks again for stopping in. Again, appreciate every single person that was in here tonight. It was awesome being able to chat with you. Being able to go through this and share progress and the whole 9 yards, it made it a hell of a lot more enjoyable, I'll tell you that. So, thanks again. Much appreciated. Enjoy your evening. Play some pinball. Look at the shine. It's come a long way. A lot of progress tonight. A lot of clean progress. Look at that. Yeah, we're going to have to keep all towels away, special paper towels. We'll have to do something. Oh man, this is going to look nice. Somebody really cranked down these posts though that were there. Wow. Yeah, a couple areas to touch up, but we'll do that off stream, and I'm going to order those stuff we need tomorrow and have it ready for next Wednesday. Start putting the LEDs in. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm going to need some towels to do this, so I don't know what the hell we're going to do. I don't know what we're going to do. Yeah, a couple areas I still want to hit with the yellow, and for the most part, I'm pretty happy. Pretty happy. Hopefully, I can get some of those other metal parts and stuff cleaned up. That will be. I guess that will be where we go next. Tumbling and everything else. Yeah, SAS Trooper, I only do Wednesday right now. I was trying to do 3 days a week. And I just couldn't adhere to it. It was just too much. With little kids and everything else. I've got a 6-year-old and a 2-year-old that demand a lot of attention. I try to do it later at night just because it's more convenient for me, and obviously probably a lot more convenient for you if that's your schedule. I've thought about adding a few more days in here every once in a while. We'll see how it goes, but right now I really want to be able to stick to a schedule. The only day I missed was last Wednesday because of the Wisconsin Badger game, the bowl game, and I wanted to watch it, but it was one that I felt like I couldn't make the stream. But I will be streaming January 15th, which is a Friday, and that'll be at 5 p.m. Central Standard Time. I'll be on Dead Flip stream, but I'll also be streaming from my channel. I'll be hosting him, and we're going to be streaming the new Rob Zombie pinball machine from Spooky Pinball. So definitely stop in and check that out. They'll be quite fun. You'll see Ben Hack and all sorts of stuff. So I know that's a little bit earlier, but we should be going for quite a while. My guess is probably from at least 5 to 7:30 Central Standard Time. So probably a little bit earlier than what I would normally call it, but earlier than even when I start. But yeah, we'll see. I thought about doing some flights and stuff. I mean, the pinball stuff is hard. Doing it every night, moving it around and everything else, but. Yeah. January 15th, Dead Flip's doing the stream at Spooky Pinball for Rob Zombie, and I'll be up there with Chuck and Ben Heck, and we got a couple other people coming out to play the game. So I'll be on Jack's stream for that. So pretty excited to be able to play and hang out and just kind of have fun. So yeah, it's cool to be able to do some of that stuff. So yeah, but I also do like flight sims and stuff like that too as well. So I mean, eventually I'd like to be able to get this a little bit more. When I'm doing some of those other things or playing other games, even with the kids and stuff, I'd like to be able to do it. So yeah, Rob Zombie, absolutely. Yeah, it's ridiculous. A lot of them are that way. It's interesting. Rob Zombies. Yeah, so anyway, I'd like to be able to do some of the other stuff that when I'm goofing around doing that. The problem with the flight sim stuff is that's got a pretty strong community in it, and I feel like I don't know enough of exactly what I'm doing. But I like a lot of the pinball and the pinball restoration stuff. When I start Addams Family, that's one that I'll probably be doing a lot more streaming, just because I'm not going to want to wait 1 week at a time to be able to do it. So. What kind of network? Like a stream team type thing, or? Dude, I think Snowboarder, I don't know what the hell happened to him. He was getting a beer and never came back. Call the cops! Oh, cool. Yeah, man. If you got other stuff going on, like I said, I kind of play a lot of different games. Sometimes I just don't have time to do it, but I think I've been doing a lot as of late. Is Fallout 4 and just some random games on Steam, but then that flight simulator and stuff like that. So yeah, I normally show the Pinball Wizards or whatever that we have. I show that when we're doing this type of stuff, but I think you can be part of more than one. So yeah, if you want, shoot me a thing for it, or just private message me and we can talk more about it. Yeah, I hope not. I hope we didn't have to actually go out and get more beer. That would suck. I feel terrible. But yeah, to answer your question on more nights and things like that, my guess is when we're doing the Addams Family, we really start progressing through that when there's a lot to do. If I did it once a week, we're never gonna get it done, just because there's gonna be so much. So, voof, what is going on? Nice. Yeah, I listen to a lot of hard rock, like Octane on Sirius XM. That's what's on in the background. I try not to have it too loud because otherwise it picks it up and then it would completely block out this entire channel of talking and everything else for VOD or people that want to watch it. Not like I have more than tens of people watching anyone else. So yeah, Vu, I just got done playing Roadshow for a couple minutes and played like absolute garbage. It was pretty funny. I threw in the towel, literally. I threw a roll of paper towel. It was quite interesting. Wasn't terrible, but I mean definitely wasn't what I wanted to do. I think I need to rebuild the flippers on that. They're quite bouncy. They don't go up all the way. A little inconsistent. Oh, no way. Nice. Congrats, man. One-handed, too. Isn't that something when you do that? Yeah, we just got done. We just took off all the Novus off the playfield. We just kind of did the light coat on it and stuff like that, just to get consistency back and clean it up. There's a few areas I still need to touch again, but for the most part, I'm pretty happy the way it turned out. It looks pretty good. Just kind of these outlanes right here need a little bit, but. You'll start playing one-handed all the time if you're starting to pop high scores off. That's great. That's great. Congrats, man. That's fun. I wish I would have almost pulled a high score or two-handed on Roadshow. Couldn't even pull a low score off. Yeah, Stash Kid really wanted to see Roadshow, so I put it on for him, and man, what a piece of shit. I played like garbage. Funny. Yeah, this turned out pretty good though. I'm pretty happy with the way. You saw the gray area earlier, right? That gray orbit area. I'll just show you. And that purple had that nice ball trail in it. Gone. Yeah, sorry for the glare. My light's all jacked. I mean, there's a few areas I got to touch up. And then there's a little bit right above that right arrow. But for the most part, yeah, looks, I'm pretty happy. So we got to wax it yet. And yeah, Roadshow, man, I tell you, I don't know. That one, I wasn't happy with the way the flippers, I mean, the flippers were up, and they were up, but they were, like, when they came up, they were offset. I can't show it on camera, apparently. So, like, when I came up, it was like that. And you can't see that. What the hell am I doing? You're not going to see with the glare. It was kind of like that. And they weren't even up. They weren't coming up. Like, normally they come up, you know, quite high, but they were maybe up like this, so the ball was just kind of bouncing across. Yeah, so I don't know. Yeah, we just got done cleaning this up. If you're just joining the channel, make sure you hit that follow button. Like I said, we're going to be calling it quits here for the evening here very quick. But we just got done, finished taking this apart and getting it cleaned up. We just kind of did a quick novice wipe down on the playfield, get rid of ball trails and everything else. So turned out pretty good. So now we're going to wax it and finish the next part off next time. So yeah, that was the problem. Tense Fence is I couldn't aim the shots. Like, everything was off. The flippers weren't up enough. You know, and the flippers were off a little bit. I had a hard time hitting the scoop at first, and it was just very, very bouncy. It needs a rebuild. So yeah, so all right. Well, I think we're gonna call it quits. So thanks again for stopping in. Thanks for coming back, you guys. I really appreciate it. Like I said earlier, I know you weren't here when I said it, but it means the world to me that you guys come in and watch me work on pinball machines. And it's great to be able to do this on stream because it keeps me motivated and wanting to work on it. And I don't know, it makes a hell of a lot more fun when I'm talking to you guys doing all this, so, and sharing it. So thank you so much. 6-year-old, yeah, my 6-year-old girl plays. She started playing when she was like 3 and 4. She didn't have the wingspan quite enough to get across. Like, especially I had a lot of wide bodies at the time. So like Judge Dredd, Demolition Man, she never had a problem because she could use the gun handles. But she has a little bit of problems, you know, spanning. Now she doesn't, obviously. She likes playing. She'll play Roadshow. She'll play almost all my games. The only one that she doesn't really want to play is The Walking Dead, and it scared the living crap out of her at first. She didn't like it, so she'll watch it now. Not the show, but she'll watch me play the game and everything else, and she enjoys it. So from that aspect, but I don't think she'd go in and play it. But she's very girly in the sense of she, you know, would rather talk to me more about what's going on in the game with, you know, Red and Ted, or, you know, the Tron ramp, and, oh, I hit the shot, you know, just super excited instead of, I guess, really dialing in and to learn the game. So we'll continue working on it and stuff like that. My 2-year-old son absolutely loves watching the games. He played a little bit last night. We were playing on Avatar, and he has just enough wingspan to hit on a standard body. And I didn't have my stool down here at the time, so I just, you know, kind of kneeled down and I had him on my leg. So like I kneel down and I have him on my knee, and then that way you can kind of sit there and play. And if he grabs the shooter rod, then that's all he wants to do is play with the shooter rod. That sounds terrible. So once he launches the ball, then he thinks he needs to keep launching the ball, but he really enjoys watching the ball. So we were kind of doing my hand was over his hand and we were hitting the ball, and I was trying to show him how to not just smash the flippers, but to wait for the ball to come down. He was getting a little impatient when it got in the pops, like up on the top of Avatar, and then it was dropping down. But as soon as the ball's coming down, he was like, ooh, 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 and he was getting excited that it was coming down, and we were hitting shots. And then when we dropped the mech warrior guy or whatever, he thought that was cool. Multi-ball, he freaks out. I think he really likes the flashing lights and everything else, but still a little young to really get it. But, you know, he'll catch on. And then with my daughter, I'd like to spend a little bit more time and actually, okay, this is what we need to focus on. This is what we want to do. Try to hit this shot over and over again. But she's too busy telling me stories on what the game is or how much she loves Red or That's her favorite pinball machine. She calls it her pinball machine, and she'll tell me, like, this is my pinball machine. Can I go play mine now? Or she'll want to go play something else, and then she'll come back to it. Can I go play my machine now? And I don't think she understands the concept of there's 3 balls to the game, and I don't know. Sometimes she'll just, I don't know. Kids, they'll just go in and hit 3 players and play all of them, and so. But yeah, it's fun. I mean, it's great. I mean, it'll be crazy. I mean, I've had pinball machines ever since she's been around, and I mean, she claims that Roadshow is hers, which is unfortunate, but it'll be weird growing up and saying, my dad has pinball machines, and I'm sure a lot of her friends don't, obviously, and I don't know, kind of cool though to be able to share that with her and stuff. So, and she likes, when I'm down here working on them, she'll come over and ask me what I'm doing, and then she'll go play Barbies for a couple minutes, and then we'll come back, and then she'll hang on to stuff and help me. And my son is really into watching, like I was fixing a couple electrical outlets upstairs, and I was fixing a light, and he was like right there watching me. So I think he's got the I wanna help type of attitude. Obviously a little young yet, but I'm really looking forward to doing that. So yeah, Vavoof, you too as well. Good luck on the trip. Enjoy yourself. Good luck. Good plan, and hope you do well in the tournament, man. Best of luck. Hope you make it to Sunday. Hope you have a great time hanging out with your friends. Best of luck, man. Let me know how you're doing when I catch you next. All right. Well, thanks everybody once again. Really appreciate you guys coming in and hanging out. Be able to do this, a lot of fun. So hopefully we can continue to get more of an audience. We got quite a few followers today. Today we had 9 followers today through the stream, which is actually pretty nuts. Didn't expect that. So pretty awesome. All right, guys. Thanks again. Really appreciate it. Have a wonderful day and evening. Thanks for hanging out.